Hey everyone. Hey. Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. So yeah, I apologize for the wait. I was actually trying to look into something that I could add for this live, but I have not got to the bottom of it, so I cannot add it to this live. So I'm gonna hold off on that conversation until I'm finished with investigating and looking into that. Okay, so I was hoping to be done with it so I can talk about it, but I'm not done. So it will have to wait. That sucks. But I'm still coming on to just talk about the Maid because I feel that the topic of the Maid is important to discuss because it kind of sets the trajectory and like the path of what leads to Nazir coming and then the doctor coming after. Okay. The Maid statement kind of led to where people first said that she was deceased, also along with the 15-minute time on the autopsy results, but that we did not see the autopsy. We saw the death certificate, and basically the death certificate takes from the autopsy. It takes like what the autopsy said was the cause of death, and then it has just that one line atlas luxation, like severe atlas luxation. And as I discussed in a previous video, there's different things that can happen to you with atlas luxation, and hers was labeled as severe. Okay. So what I have to talk about today, let me go ahead and start this. I'm going to have people can come on my panel. So I will drop the link, and also I will just be going over comments from everyone else and just giving feedback. So first thing I'm going to do though is I'm going to show you a timeline to give you something to think about, okay? And then I will drop the link, and then I'll also, if anyone wants to actually just call in, like I can actually put up a number and you can actually call in. I can drop a link and you can come on the panel, or you can just leave a comment and I will go through the comments, okay? So that's how it's going to go, and we'll see how it goes. Good morning, Devin. I just want justice for Shanquella Robinson. I don't care where all of them lack of justice must be served. Yes, we all want justice for Shanquella. And listen, justice will come, but slowly but surely, justice will come. And let me tell you, the Daniel De La Rosa Naya has already stated after months of investigating, he has stated, and he is still stating, that he wants Dejanay to be extradited. And that I also saw a new article, but I'm not going to go over the article until I actually like verify that as well. But basically, since they have already been investigating for a while now, that means that there's a lot to it, right? And that also means that they still think it's more to it, and that it's not just something like open and shut. Because if it was just open and shut and they would already have said the investigation is over, we have came to our conclusion, case solved, no one is guilty of anything, and then it would be automatically closed. However, instead, after months of investigating, Daniel De La Rosa Naya is still saying femicide and he wants extradition. So trust me, if someone can see all the evidence, which he can, and he still wants extradition and he's still saying femicide, that means he still believes it's femicide, even though he has even more evidence, right? So that's a good sign, okay? So I always pay attention to anyone that can see all the evidence and then see what their point of view is. Because if he sees all the evidence, he sees all the statements from the Cabo 6, he sees all the videos, he sees all the text, he sees all the Google searches, he sees everything from the maid, from the chef to the concierge to the doctor. He has all the evidence and he can see it in the file. And he says, he also has the autopsy report, toxicology report, and he still says femicide and he wants extradition. Ooh. So that's a good sign, right? So justice will come, but slowly but surely. And we have to keep in mind that the Bruce Redman case took a long time for him to be extradited and arrested. So we just have to be patient, okay? And also on the other side of the coin, we have the FBI. They have also been investigating, and I just had recently spoke to Shelley Lynch, and she said it's still an open and ongoing investigation. If it was something like again in the file that pointed to no one was guilty, it already will be over. But instead, they're still looking and digging for more things, so they know that it's more to it, and then it's still ongoing. Okay, so we should be worried if they just close it out and everything else, and then they said, well, there's nothing here. But instead, they say ongoing, and then they still, the U.S. is saying ongoing, and Mexico is still saying we want extradition for femicide. So nothing has changed. The charges are still here, the same answers. Okay. Yes, hashtag justice for Shanquella. Keep using that on all platforms. Good morning, Janice, Minnie, Don. Yeah, I apologize for the way, like I said, I was trying to add something else to this, but I didn't finish it or conclude it, so I cannot add it to this discussion today. But we have a lot to discuss just with the Maid for today. Hit that like button and subscribe if you already. Also share this out to your social media. Hey, good morning, Kiva. Good morning, Regina. I think good morning, Linda. Hey, Shell. PM. Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, Kendall. Okay, so basically, let me go ahead and say this. My opinion of Gerardo Zuniga is that he has brought things to the table that were useful. Okay, so I do appreciate the things that he brought to the table that were useful, because a lot of times I have used like some things he put out, and then I will have dug further into it to get more information. So that was helpful. It's kind of like someone gives you a lead, like some names, and then you actually try to reach out to those people, and then you get more information. So that's a lead. Okay. Now, I have spoke to him before already about misinformation, and it's kind of like important to give an apology for misinformation and retract. But again, I said that's just my opinion, okay? And that information led to mistrust, because Dejanay is not arrested. We don't see a video of anyone intervening. He's pretty much saying like, well, there's more stuff going to come out later that he can't say. Okay, so that's just it. So I'm just clearing up this whole thing, is that when I say that I'm a person that I'm upfront, I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, 100% towards something. Okay, so I said he gave some information that was useful, and there's also some misinformation. So I'm not gonna sugarcoat or be dishonest about anything. Okay, and I even told him like, hey, this is a way you can clear it up, because it's about trust and everything else with people. Okay, so if you actually just retract and apologize, I'm saying like it will be better for you. But homeboy was like, more stuff will come out. I'm like, I hope you when Dejanay is really arrested, we are really going to see the date that she was arrested. Okay, we're going to see the exact date she was arrested. Okay, so it ain't gonna be like, well, she's arrested. I told you she's arrested. Now we're gonna see the date she was arrested. It's not gonna go way back until November. Okay, hey Melanie. So okay, first of all, let me go ahead and show y'all this. Now I told y'all this, okay, before, but I want to actually put it out here. Okay. I don't know if y'all can see this. Let me zoom in, because I want everybody to see. Why am I not signed in? I might have to actually hold this down so I can sign in without people being my Kool-Aid. Now, y'all can see the date of this video. I have it on mine so I can show dates on my YouTube. Okay, it says November 28th, 2022. And this is my video on my channel. Okay, November 28th, 2022. That's the first video. I talked about it in messages, but I didn't go live until like that morning. I went November 28th, 2022, and I discussed the stuff I talked about in messages about the Maid, and the concierge, possible maid and possible concierge based on reviews. And then later on, that stuff was taken down from Cabo Villas, but I already had captured the information. And my moderator, Bothered, she also helped me with this, okay? And that was November 28th, 2022, when I discussed the maid, Lucy, and then also Gio. And then I also talked to Gerardo, because he said he was going to be meeting up with Daniel De La Rosa Anaya soon. And I was like, well, when you meet up with him, can you try to get information on the maid? There's a maid like Lucy that's like, that says coming in afternoon, just trying to get a confirmation from someone that has access to the files, right? He said, well, that's something he can add to like the questioning or get back to me. He never got back to me on that. However, the next day, child, I need to sign in so I can avoid these ads. The next day, so that was November 28th. The next day, it says, wait, no. Okay, the next day, November 29th. Let me zoom in. Wait. Okay, the next day, Gerardo went on Gerald Jackson's channel on YouTube and also Facebook, because he live screens on both at the same time. And you see, the next day is November 29th, 2022. So that's a day after me, hunty. Nah, isn't that a day after me and a day after I wrote him a message about the maid? So let me show y'all what I put in my video about the maid, right? And then listen to what he says about the maid the following day after he never got back to me in messages. Now, this is the whole point of my video, is to say this. Is there a maid that works at Cabo Villas and then Villa Linda 32? Yes. All the villas in Cabo, that with Cabo Villas, has a maid. Sometimes the maid the changes, but for the most part, there's sometimes a maid assigned to a particular villa. So yes, there is a maid, okay? However, there's nothing in the police report about a maid. Okay? Nazir did mention a maid, and he said he was told by the Cabo 5 that the maid that came, he didn't give a name. He said the maid that came found Shanquella in the bathroom, slumped over the toilet. That's all he said. He didn't give like any other description about her being cold or hard or anything like that. He said found in the bathroom by the maid, slumped over. The maid got there before Nazir, but when he got there, he was told by the Cabo 5 that the maid had found Shanquella in the bathroom, slumped over her toilet, and then her room has like a king bathroom attached to it. Okay. So that's where the maid came in to play with Nazir. And Cabo Villas has a maid that comes Monday through Saturday, but they are off on Sunday. So there is a maid. However, the whole thing about the maid coming in the afternoon came from me and my video that I made the day before Gerardo mentioned it. Okay. It came from my video. So is it a possibility that Gerardo has an insider that also told him information? Yes. But he also didn't speak to Gerardo. He didn't speak to Daniel De La Rosa Anaya until this year. Right. And this was last year. Follow me? So he just the interview with Daniel De La Rosa Anaya wasn't until this year. So that's when he talked to him. Now, his other insider could have given him information. I don't know. But I'm telling you that the day before I had talked to him, I went live about the maid, and I also messaged him about the maid. And then the following day, he went live talking about the maid. So pay attention to the dates, okay? So let's go to my video. This is his video that he went on Gerald Jackson, November 29th. And here's my video, November 28th. So who came first? Yes, Hunty, yes. And then someone else mentioned another Gossip Girl channel, and someone said, well, that person went over some things. They got it from my video, Hunty. Okay. People get stuff from my videos. They got it from my videos, and then a subscriber went on Gossip Girl talking about it, but it came from me. Okay. Let's don't get it twisted. Y'all, like, stop playing. Stop playing with me. Okay. So back to the maid. We have not seen her official statement. Now, according to Ivan, which is a concierge that works for Cabo Villas, the maid has been questioned by the police, and that's obvious because a maid was there. So a maid was obviously questioned along with the chef and the concierge. Anybody that was there that weekend had to give a statement about anything they seen during their time there in the villa. However, no official documentation, receipts, or proof of anything has been posted about a maid anywhere. There's no mention of the maid in the police report. The only people mentioned in the police report are the doctor. And yes, the doctor is mentioned in the police report. Winter Donovan is mentioned in the police report. Okay. And then when they say something about other Cabo, they say friends, but they don't give specific names of people. And then they give the officials or experts or people that workers are that came out. They list those names. That's it. Okay. So the maid is not mentioned. Her statement is not mentioned about Shanquella's condition when she arrived. Okay. So the maid is not mentioned at all. So where is this whole maid and what the maid says coming from? It's hearsay. It's hearsay because there's no who went into the file at the police department and looked up what the maid said. Nobody has it. So basically, somebody could have been told things, but no one is. That's called hearsay. So we don't until you actually see the official maid statement, which will be in the same file as the official Cabo 6 statements. And the same file as all video evidence, and the same file as the autopsy report. The whole complete case file on Shanquella Robinson will contain the maid statement, but that information is part of an ongoing investigation. And as far as we know now, it has not been released and then not even published by anybody, including Gerardo Zuniga. However, he did mention it in a video following the day after I talked about the maid. So let me play my video first, and then I'll play his part, and then y'all see what you see, okay? So let me play mine first because mine came the day before. Okay. There's a separate concierge person. They actually put he in this listing. But I did see sometimes there's a female from this company used, but a lot of times it was a guy named Giovanni. And they do mention in some reviews, they mention a maid. They do mention the maid. And one person said, let me pull up the reviews. Hold on. After the reviews, I'll go over Nazir's video information. Hold on. Sometimes reviews are great when you're looking into things because it can tell you other people's experiences with the villa or the home itself, and also with the company and the host. It says myself and 10 friends stayed here for 5 nights over day weekend, and we had the time of our lives. The property is magnificent. The landscaping was gorgeous. The rooms were spacious. The sound system in every room was fun. The pool and hot tub were amazing. We every day and night. There's even access to the beach in walking distance. One of the rooms has an outdoor shower, which was really amazing to shower outdoors in privacy. I seen that in the photos. Oh, let me tell y'all. Show y'all this real fast before I get into this review. Let me show y'all this first. It was interesting. Okay, here is CaboVillas.com, their reviews. And it says you can select by villa and then select by resort. Obviously, this is a villa. Wait. But they dug too slow because I already one of my mods, Unbothered, had already took screenshots of it for me. So we already have the screenshots of it. So I'm going to show you the screenshots of some of the reviews. So they took it down. So that Airbnb listing was taken down for Villa Linda. The reviews on this CaboVillas.com was taken down for Villa Linda. It was taken down, or they have changed the name of the villa. But most likely, I think they took this down as a selection. So that was it. But let me go ahead and say, go to the reviews, because the reviews sometimes can tell you information about a place. So yeah, if you go to the website now, you can see these and select Villa Linda 32 because it's not there anymore. But I have some reviews. One of the rooms has an outdoor shower, which was really amazing to shower outdoors in privacy. I am so very happy that we stayed here. Our concierge Angel was so helpful, kind, and accommodating. He was so responsive. So there's an Angel guy there as well. So in the Giovanni. He was so responsive. I don't think it took more than 5 minutes to hear back from him. He arranged our taxis to town, sent someone out when he had an issue with the sound system. Sent someone out when we had an issue with the sound system, picked up alcohol and snacks for us, beyond helpful and kind. Our cleaning person, Lucy, was one of the best parts of the entire trip. Oh, and now y'all heard that. I'm reading the reviews and I said our cleaning person, Lucy, was the best part of the entire trip. And I'm reading the reviews that was taken down from Cabo Villas. Then my mom helped me screenshot Unbothered, right? And we already knew about was Lucy. And this was a day before Gerardo said anything about this on his on Gerald Jackson's channel, because everyone's like, oh, shocked about that. But I'm like, this just sounds like what I was saying the day before and in private messages, right? So yeah, this is where it came from. She cleaned every room in the house from top to bottom. The only negative comment I have is that twice we were told by security to turn down the pool bar music when it was midday between 3 and 7. When we were told quiet hours started at 10 p.m. And there was another house close by that was playing music much more louder than us. And I told everyone that I was reading the reviews because when people stay at Villa London 32, they would tell about like who came to clean the house, the concierge. They would tell about anything in the area, any complaints or anything about the villa that we wouldn't know because we did not stay there. So I said it's important when you're looking into things to read the reviews of a place. That's how you can find information, okay? And that's when I knew that it was security in the area, and that was also confirmed later on through Ivan, the concierge. He said, yes, there is security in the area, and you even have to enter like a private gate to get into the villa, and you have to have your ID just to even have to be staying within that homeowners association of the villa. So the reviews can tell a lot of information, right? Good morning, good morning, Billy Maggie. No one has seen her, not that I'm aware of. Hey, Shell. Yes, continue prayers for Shanquella. Well, Gerardo is supposed to talk about it tomorrow about who owns the villa. So once he posts information out about who owns it, I'll look into it more, and I'm sure most people will look into it more to see if it's up for sale or anything else. But he's going to discuss that. The reason I said it was suggesting for him to do it is because the website I was trying to access from Mexico said I had to have a Mexico CURP number or like an ID, something like a security number or something, social security number or something. I didn't have that, so I couldn't access the information, but he's supposed to tomorrow. At night. That was a small complaint in an otherwise magical, life-changing, stellar vacation. We have all traveled to many countries and cities all over the world, and we are all in villas is the best, top of the line. So the villas are actually close enough to be able to hear like loud music and have noise disturbances. And it's like they were playing music and there was a complaint, and then they were told to quiet down. So places, the villas in other areas, other villas are close enough to hear something, depending on how loud it is. It says, we are delighted to hear you had a magical, life-changing, stellar vacation. Our award-winning team goes above and beyond to exceed our guest expectations. We are sorry that you had an issue with the security and music. The security in this development can be very strict. We hope to welcome you back again soon. So this was June 2021. So arrived, and it also happened before the maid arrived. So it had to probably happen early afternoon. It happened before like 1:40 p.m. and before the maid came. So I would put it in the morning, early, like maybe morning, early afternoon. And most likely, if people are having breakfast and meals and everything else, most likely it probably happened like that morning. Doesn't this all sound familiar? Doesn't it sound familiar? And this is before Gerardo Zaniga went on Gerald Jackson talking about the Maid. Mm-hmm. So most likely she would go into a room if someone was in there, she would try to like maybe cater to them and go to another room and clean that first and then move around. So she was considerate. Each afternoon the house was spotless. So each afternoon the house was spotless. So the maid was on time. She was very thorough and says each afternoon. So the maid arrives in the afternoon. It didn't say morning. It didn't say night or evening. It said the maid arrived in the afternoon. Now I don't know if they had Lucy, but this is the second review that had Lucy. Okay, of the maid. And okay, let's see. The area was immaculate, safe and located far away from the busy crowds of Cabo. Plenty of space in the home for many guests. Again, this is a video that I made November 28th, a day before Gerardo went live on Gerald Jackson, talking about the maid. I read over reviews, and based on the reviews talking about the maid, I kept on seeing Lucy's name mentioned. I kept on mentioning that she came in the afternoon and things like that. So that's when I put the pieces together about what the possibilities of the timing of everything. Okay. Yeah, but this is this whole video I'm talking about the review. So I'm not gonna play my whole complete video, but the video is called Explaining Nazir Wiggins' New Video. Is there a second attack video, arrest or warrant? And in this video, I actually go over all the reviews. So that's why when I heard him talking about the maid, I was like, sounds like what I was talking about the maid. And I remember I also private messaged him and said, can he get information on the maid Lucy? The review said that she came every afternoon. That's what I sent him in messages on WhatsApp. And then the next day he went on Gerald Jackson saying about the maid in the afternoon. So I said, I believe that information came from me until there's like official statement from the maid. Okay. Like we need to see the official police report. Okay. On this information. Oh, wait. Well, I mean, we see she's not mentioned in the unofficial police report. However, we do know that since the time the investigation started, that she has given a statement to the police, but no news or anybody has reported or talked to the maid or any documentation or real receipts. So I do believe Gerardo Zuniga got information from me. He never actually got back to me on this. Like he never got back to me like to answer my question or in the messages or anything else. But he did go live talking about what time the maid comes and everything else. Let me see. Hold on. Excellent heated pool and hot tub. The roof deck had breathtaking views. The beds and linens are very comfortable, which is critical. You can hear the waves crashing each night better than expected. Here's another review. This was our ideal vacation. Villa Linda had everything we wanted and more. The chef therefore. But we do know that the maids came every day besides Sunday. And based on if they had Lucy, I don't know if they had Lucy or not, but she would come in the afternoons. Okay. The amenities were endless, and the house manager was a phone call away to help with anything we needed, which is. And that's why I said the house manager they're referring to is the concierge who's available 24/7 for anything that is needed on call. Okay. And that's why I said this is the person they call and they told some information, most likely alcohol poisoning. And then this person referred them to the doctor because that's what they do. You call the concierge for whatever you want or need, and they refer you to whatever you need. The reason Cabo Villas does this is so they can line their pockets with money, because whenever they refer you to somebody, chances are their hands are in that person's pocket, or they're getting money off of it because of referral, like a referral. Like they'll have a contract with American Medical Center, the hospital the doctor works at. They'll have a contract to say, well, anyone gets sick at the villa, we'll have a contract to where we'll refer them to you. You charge a price, and we'll get a certain like percentage of the money because we refer you. If we use Transcobbles for transportation, we'll like work with that company like as a contract, and then we'll get a certain amount of money. So obviously, and then same with the chefs and everything else, they always want to make sure their hands are in the pockets of everything. So when the they call themselves actually a full service travel like agency kind of thing, like with booking. So they provide transportation, they provide the chef, they provide the cleaning services, they'll and then anything they don't have in-house, they will refer you. Okay, that's how it works. And I spoke on all this, like I said early on. Actually, I think it was like early on, like when I first started making videos, it was like early on in the process. Like this was in November. I remember her funeral was like November 19th, and this video was made November 28th. Yeah, I didn't start making videos until I think around the time of her funeral. This is the concierge. We look forward to coming back again and again. Thank you to everyone, Cabo Villas, for making our vacation so special. Here's another one. Had a bachelor party for a small group of guys, and we had an absolute blast at this place. The property was spectacular, and pictures really do not do it justice. The service was unreal. Anything you needed, they could help you with. Make sure to take it to the concierge. We had Giovanni, and he was spectacular. I wish I could have took him home with me. Also, make sure to take advantage of other things nearby, as well as such as Golf Beach Club and Marina San Jose del Cabo. We cannot wait to come back, most likely to bring all our ladies this next time and enjoy them. Amazing house for us and our 10 guests. Great location, views and beach was only a 2-minute walk. Giovanni and the team at Cabo Villas were always a text or phone call away. Very cleaning, so she did not disturb anyone. It says Lucy was in the other one too. So this is a maid that I'm seeing twice now. It says she was very thorough. She arrived on time each day, cleaned inside and out. So she's also a timely person that arrives on time and thorough with cleaning inside and out. She was very considerate of us and adjusted where she was cleaning so she did not disturb anyone. So most likely she would go into a room if someone was in there, she would like to like maybe cater to them and go to another room and clean that first and then move around. So she was considerate. Each afternoon for more than that meal. What else did we learn? There is a maid that comes like every afternoon or every day besides Sunday. And there twice the name Lucy was mentioned. So what we can do is actually see if I can probably look and find other reviews and see if we can find more names of the maids. If Lucy is the one, because think about it, if you have a villa like that, someone that usually they have a maid or a housekeeper that comes to that will come to that same one because they're familiar with it, and are assigned to it. So I will see if I actually see any other names mentioned for the maids. And we also, if you look at other reviews, you do see the name Giovanni mentioned a lot. Another thing we learned is that they use the company Transcabo to for local transportation, getting them to and from the airport and anywhere they want to go in Cabo. They use Transcabo. So the reviews are always a good thing to look at when you're looking at things because, like I said, you can get information about how the guests got a hold of people, how the guests got around, how the guests the surroundings, the neighbors, and everything else. I think that's all I have for the Okay, so I'm not going to play my whole video, but basically, as you can see, on November 28th, I discussed the maid coming around the afternoon. I discussed my timeline of believing this happened in the morning. The maid came in the afternoon and everything like that. And I said, I believe it happened early morning. Power off. Wait 1 second. And now I'm going to play the next day after me, keyword after me, keywords after me. Then we'll see what Gerardo Zanika said, okay? Ciao. So imagine my surprise. And also I had messaged him also about Lucy. And then the next day he's going live about Lucy. Not getting back to me now. Wait. Based on like the timing I gave earlier in the video, at 1:40 p.m. Mountain time in Cabo, like 1:40 p.m. And the maid comes in the afternoon. If they had Lucy around the afternoon, that means that the brutal beating had to happen before 1:40 p.m. and before the maid came. So most likely that morning before 1:40 p.m. and the maid came. And they said the maid Lucy came every afternoon. Do we know if they had Lucy? I don't know. But usually with a villa like that, they will have maids come out at a certain time. And we don't know what time she got there in the afternoon. But what we do know is that it happened before Nazir arrived, and it also happened before the maid arrived. So it had to probably happen early afternoon. It happened before like 1:40 p.m. and before the maid came. So I would put it in the morning, early, like maybe morning, early afternoon. And most likely, if people are having breakfast and meals and everything else, most likely it probably happened like that morning. Okay, so like I said, that's my thing. I said, y'all heard me. Now this was the day before he said it. Anything I said, happened that morning. The maid came in the afternoon, at noon in the afternoon. Okay, so let's go the next day to Gerardo on Gerald Jackson's channel.
Already had been dead for a while because it was going through the process of becoming hard already.
Oh, now when he talks about the service worker, is he saying like the maid?
Cuando dice una persona de servicio, ¿se está refiriendo a unas de las criadas?
Es persona de servicio que hace la limpieza, es la que hace el hallazgo del cuerpo de Shanquella y hace el reporte.
So the service worker would be considered the person that came in to clean the room, and that's who had found Shanquella's body and made the report.
Now, Mr. Zuniga, because this is some of the questions that I have, or later on down, he's already answering them. So I'm gonna be all over the place. So, Mr. Zuniga, do you know where exactly Shanquella was found when the service worker came inside the room or inside the villa?
Primero dice que inicialmente tenía una lista de preguntas, pero si estamos haciendo la entrevista, él está contestando, entonces dice que va a estar por donde quiera, ¿verdad? Pero quería saber que si usted sabe dónde fue donde encontró esa persona de servicio, dónde fue donde encontraron el cuerpo de Shanquella.
Shanquella estaba en el lugar donde cayó sentada, ahí quedó su cuerpo en el
He
piso.
says that the body was found the same position where she fell, which was sitting down. That's exactly how they found the body. That's where they found her.
Okay.
Importante que sepan que cuando Shanquella es atacada, las personas que están involucradas son 3. Salen de la habitación y la dejan ahí.
So from what he gathered was that there was 3 people that were attacked, and what he wants you to know and keep in mind was that they noted that it was 3 people, and they noticed that three people were seen walking out of the bedroom.
Okay. So, Mrs. Zuniga, my question. So, I had the opportunity to read over the death certificate. The video that we saw is Dejanay Jackson assaulting Shanquella, but the death certificate stated that she was found inside. Well, she was pronounced dead in the living room. She was in the living room when they found her. So,
Okay, hold on a minute.
go ahead.
Quiere él que usted sepa que él tiene la copia del acta de difunción y la observó, la examinó, y dice que el video que estamos viendo, que hemos visto de Dejanay atacando a Shanquella, la acta de difunción dice que ella falleció, ¿verdad? Después de que la habían atacado. Okay, go ahead.
So did they drag her from upstairs, or?
But they had abandoned the body.
So what time did Mr. Zuniga, what time did the maid, I want to say maid, what time did the service worker discover that Shanquella was ill?
¿A qué horas fue cuando la persona de servicio fue que había encontrado que Shanquella estaba supuestamente enferma?
Después de las 12 del día.
It was after 12 o'clock.
Sí, porque después le avisan a la doctora y la llamada que le entra a la doctora es a las 2:03 de la tarde, a las 2:13 de la tarde.
Okay, so it was it was after 12, and the call that was placed to the doctor was at 3 o'clock. ¿A las 2 o las 3?
2:13 minutos.
At 2:13 p.m. was when the call was placed to the doctor.
Okay, so Mr. Zuniga, I just want to clarify this. I'm just trying to get an understanding for myself and for my viewers. So Shanquella was not deceased at the moment that the service worker found her, correct? She wasn't deceased yet. She wasn't dead yet.
Quiero clarificar esto para los seguidores, que el momento que la persona de servicio, cuando encontró a Shanquella, todavía no estaba fallecida.
Ya estaba fallecida. Tenía de las 7 a las 12. Ella llegó después de las 12.
She had been dead already.
Ya no se movía.
She died from between 7 a.m. to 12 p.m. She wasn't moving no more.
De hecho, ella la toca y siente el cuerpo duro, inerte.
In fact, when she did touch her, her body was already hard.
So okay.
Okay, so that's where a lot of stuff comes from, because he said that that Shanquella died he was basically saying like 7 to 12, to say she died in the morning, and then the maid came after 12, like around like 12 p.m. right? She died from between 7 to 12 p.m. and then saying the maid came like after 12 p.m. like to say like right after like afternoon. There's no proof that she died in the morning time, and also there's no statement from the maid saying 12 p.m. So to me, this is just a spin-off of what I was saying in the morning about her. In the day before, me saying that she died not died, but I said the attack happened in the morning, and that the maid came in the afternoon. But he put it as she died in the morning, and then the maid came and found her. So I don't know, but like I said, I think they say Lucy in this video too. Let me see. Hold on. Well, yeah, I pretty much mentioned the Maid in the timeline the day before this. Let me check something. Hold on.
Okay, so excuse me, I'm just trying to get understanding. So that means the medical examiner lied too, because the medical examiner report said that she died at 15 minutes after her injury, which would be at 3:00 p.m. So how is go ahead.
Entonces quiere decir de
I have to translate this to him, but I just want to tell them this. The reason why I'm asking, because at 12:00, if the maid found Shanquella at 12, and the reporting that Mr. Zuniga has done, and what the police report states, it said that the doctor arrived an hour late. From 12 to 2 is 2 hours. So I'm trying to understand, is everybody part of this cover up that's going on, or if it's certain people? That's what I'm trying to, that's what I'm trying to understand, what's going on. Because it's like, well, if the doctor found him at 2 and then she told them that the friend was ill, did she let them go in there and figure? Okay, and I'm still confused about some things, but I think I have enough to know that Shanquella was dead. Okay, now we know where the maid came in at. We know the maid came in, was doing cleaning, found her, told the friends who was all over the villa doing other stuff that she was ill. They knew Shanquella was dead.
Y'all, this came from my video. I'm telling y'all, this whole thing about the attack happening in the morning, Maid coming out the noon, the Maid going to get the friends and saying, hey, Shanquella is not really moving or whatever. I mean, something is wrong with Shanquella. I'm telling you, it came from my video from the day before. That's why I said I need to actually see like the official statement from this, not from him like gathering up different information. And maybe somebody brought him this information from YouTube. I don't know. And then he pieced it together as that. But hey, I was just speculating and giving my opinion based on reviews. It wasn't something set in stone. But maybe I don't know. Somebody took it as like something set in stone and official, but it was just my opinion of the Maid. That's why I was reaching out to confirm. Let me see something else on.
So I'm trying to make the clarification. I said I don't know where, somewhere was where indicated that she had been deceased 15 minutes after the accident, which was 3:15. Those service workers said she found the body right after noon.
Okay, so this okay.
Ando queriendo clarificar porque está un poquito confundido Gerardo.
No, no se preocupe. No, es que realmente
See, he said that if the service worker found the body in the afternoon, like right afternoon. So that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah. So basically, this whole thing is just getting mixed up mainly because, like I said, on November 28th, I went live about a maid named Lucy coming in the afternoon, the attack happened in the morning, et cetera, based on reviews. And then the next day he went live saying the attack happened in the morning, the maid came in the afternoon, same thing. So yeah, I don't know if he mentioned Lucy in this interview or not. But yeah, so Lucy came from me and the reviews and the timeline I put. Let me go ahead and go to your comments. But yeah, like I said, my video was made November 28th. I also private messaged him about my thoughts and to get more and see if he could actually confirm, like get some insider information on Lucy the Maid. Um, and then the next day, November 29th, he went live. So again, see, it says November 29th for his video on talking about the maid in afternoon, mornings, etc. And then here's my video. Here's my video a day before. Transportation company used was Trans Cabo. Come on. November 28th. So see the dates. There's a separate. So anyone know where the maid stuff came from first and the timeline for the maid? It came from me first. Now the only thing, it came from me first, but the exception is I did not say she was deceased. I did not say the maid will find her deceased. That came from Gerardo. Okay, he said the maid found and that she was cold or frigid or whatever. Let me go back to his video on that part. Yeah, I already played that part. I did not say that about that because I don't believe that she was deceased, and I'll go over that in a second. Why I don't believe that she was deceased when the maid found her. 1 second.
She died from between 7 to 7 a.m. to 12 p.m. She wasn't moving no more.
De hecho, ella la toca y siente el cuerpo duro, inerte.
In fact, when she did touch her, her body was already hard. And when they had discovered the body, her report was that the body was already had been dead for a while because it was going through the process of becoming hard already.
Okay, but here's the issue. Where is the maid's report? Where is the maid's report? It's not any unofficial police report. So where is her report? Where is her statement? Where is it? There is no report from the maid that we've seen. Okay, so we cannot go by what is said on hearsay. We have to actually wait for a documentation or proof or a statement from the maid. There is none right now. Now, has she been questioned? Yes, but that's part of an ongoing investigation. Has not been released to the public yet on her statement. Now, this is why I don't believe that that she was deceased when the maid found her. If she were deceased when the maid found her, she would have called as a maid. She would have called the concierge and said, "Remember, the concierge is in charge of like the villa during the stay. The maid always says to call the concierge. That's how it works. I talked to a maid, but not the maid that works at this villa. But I talked to Ivan, the concierge, and I also looked at the reviews. The concierge is pretty much like, as the review says, like the house manager for the stay. So if the maid had found Shanquella deceased, she would have reported that to the concierge and said, one of the guests is dead in the bedroom or wherever, bedroom or bathroom, wherever people are trying to put her. Because in this video, Gerardo also says that Shanquella was found by the maid where she was last seen in the video. And then, however, Nazir said she was found. They said that she was found slumped over in the bathroom. So where's Gerardo getting that she was found in the bedroom where she was last sitting? We saw in the last clip, right? The reason he will say that is because in order for Shanquella to die in the morning, like immediately, like right then, he would say that she never got up from that place. And in fact, he actually stated before that she never got up from that spot where she was found. And then later on, I think he changed to something else. But if Shanquella had died and the maid found her deceased, she would have called the concierge and said, hey, one of the guests is dead in the villa, and then the concierge would have called for basically paramedics and other people to come out to transport her, right? So that's not making sense for the maid to find her deceased and then the concierge not to bring just a paramedic or whatever to get her to the, might as well just to get a paramedic, check her out, and then they'll just say, get her help, and then they'll see that she's DOA, dead on arrival, pronounce her dead. Right? However, the maid was actually told, just like everybody else, most likely, more than not, she was told alcohol poisoning, that she probably drunk too much. And then that's when the maid was saying, she probably needs to call the concierge. And then that's when probably the concierge was called. The concierge was probably called. And at that point, they was going to send out a maid. I mean, not a maid, but the doc referred them to the doctor. So yeah, there's no way that the maid found her dead and then just finished cleaning up the house and just left and said, well, yeah, I found her dead, but I'm not gonna call my the concierge. I'm not gonna call my my boss. I forgot the name of the guy, but another maid gave me the name of their boss. But basically they contract their cleaning services out and they have a boss. I don't know his name. I forgot his name. I have to listen to another video. It's too many names at this point, too many names. But she would have called her boss. Like, y'all really think that y'all gonna find a dead body while you're working and you're cleaning up? You're gonna find a dead body, and then you're not gonna tell you're not gonna call the concierge who's in charge of the villa for the weekend. You're not gonna call your boss. I forgot his name, so he can inform Cabo Villas, because that's major, finding a dead body. Come on now. So she's gonna contact the concierge if she finds a dead body. She's also gonna contact her own boss that's for the cleaning service about it too. She's gonna let somebody know of this. However, if she finds Shanquella and then the friends, the Cabo Five, says, hey, she probably drunk too much and that's why she's in a stupor or whatever, this she's like exhibiting these signs or whatever, and then at that point, that's when they call the concierge. And to be honest, I don't think they called the concierge right away. I think they probably to be honest, I think they dressed her. If she was in the bathroom slumped over, I think they probably put clothes on her and dressed her. And then they were still trying to figure out what they would do, and they probably let the maid finish cleaning up the house and the maid leave. That's what I think. And then I think later they realized that Shanquella was not going to come too, and then they just called the concierge. The concierge referred the doctor. But if you believe that she was dead already when the maid got there, you're saying that the maid didn't call her the concierge and say, hey, one of the guests is dead in the bathroom. She didn't call her boss and tell her boss either. She didn't let Cabo Villas know about it. She just cleaned up the villa and then left, and then never said a word about a dead body in the bathroom. Okay. And then you would say that later on, Nazir came and he also was rubbing the head of a dead body, carrying around a dead body, playing music for a dead body. And even though he knows how to do CPR, based on he said that he was helping give CPR, He knows CPR. He didn't know how to check someone's pulse and see if someone's chest is rising and falling and they are showing signs of life and they're breathing. And then you say that after the doctor came, she also was working on a dead body, giving CPR to a dead body, trying to give an IV to a dead body, doing everything to a dead body. And then she also doesn't know how to check, even though she's a doctor with a medical degree, and not only just any medical degree, she's actually a surgeon and a midwife. So she's freshly out. She's new, yeah, but she still has credentials to be a surgeon and a midwife. Come on now. That's somebody that knows how to do CPR and knows how to check a pulse. Before you would even try to attempt the IV or anything, you would check for that. So I don't believe that the maid and then Nazir and then the doctor all couldn't be able to tell whether someone was deceased or not. Okay. Now what I do believe is that when the maid got there, that Shanquella with atlas luxation, which is her cause of death, that she was still breathing, and she was also still probably trying to talk, because with atlas luxation you can't really speak anymore. But according to the doctor and Nazir, she was still trying to talk. Okay, the way they word things is that she was still trying to communicate, but it was like the doctor had labeled it as poor communication, like it was like poor verbal, like she couldn't like get anything, like it was like she wasn't able to communicate properly. Nazir calls it, he said she wasn't able to get any words out. He said she couldn't get any words out. And he said her eyes were looking around. Okay, so he said her eyes were looking around. So to me, the maid found her, and maybe she was stiff, like the word stiff, because she's paralyzed. Her body isn't moving because she's paralyzed. She's not, her body isn't moving. Like if the doctor, if the maid moves her arm, it's gonna be like stiff, because it's not gonna, like, if you touch somebody's arm and then it's like they're not paralyzed, it will feel differently. You will get some kind of like if you squeeze like your wrist, right, and then most likely you'll see some kind of movement, right? But when you're paralyzed, that person's unable to move, so there's not going to be any movement. Like even if you shake their arm or do anything to their body to try to like, hey, wake up or get up, they're paralyzed. Like they're from the neck down, they cannot move, so you're not going to get any movement. So that's why I said I need to actually see what the maid said as her statement, and I need to actually see the exact wording, the exact verbiage, because it can get lost in translation until what did the maid actually say. I need to see the maid's official report that was given to the police, and we won't see that official report unless someone has insider connection to get that information, or until the investigation is over, or when it's going to trial, and then the maid's statement will be released or shown during the trial. But as of now, there's no statement. Now, who do we have a statement from? We have a statement from Nazir. He made a video and we see his statement, right? He's stating his side of the story. We see what the doctor said, because in the police report, unofficial police report, the doctor states like what treatment she tried to give. She said she tried to give CPR, she tried to do this, she tried to do that. So that's like, and then she also said that she assisted for emergency service to be called. So that's a statement from the doctor based on what happened, right? But where is the statement from the maid? It's not in the police report. Okay, that's why I call it hearsay. And who on YouTube mentioned the maid first? Nazir mentioned the maid in his video. He said the maid. He said they told me when I came. But basically said when he came, they told him that the maid found Shanquella in the bathroom, slumped over, sitting on the toilet, slumped over, right? And then when I watched that video, I went looking for the maid. And that's when me and my maid, my mod, unbothered. We looking at reviews and we found the maid, right? And then she also sent me more screenshots of the maid. Okay, so that's how the name Lucy came out and the maid came out. Is from me. And that was November 28th. And then November 29th is when Gerardo went on, Zuniga went on this channel with Gerald Jackson on Facebook and YouTube. And then he mentioned the same thing I had already said in private messages and on YouTube. Okay, so I'm giving you a timeline. Okay, so I said, anybody else out there, you tell me where you're getting the Maid information from, because I'm telling you, it came from, part of it came from Nazir, of what he said was informed to him by the couple five. And then the second part came from me when I gave a name. I gave the name Lucy. I gave the timeline of the morning of the attack, and then the timeline of Lucy coming in the afternoon. So that came from me. And then the next day is when Gerardo gave his side or his statement. Okay, so let's get the timeline correct. So now I'm asking everybody else out here is, where do you get your information from? What are you basing your conclusions on? What are you basing everything on? Okay. Do you have a verified source of this information? Because I reached out to Gerardo because I wanted to verify what I found in the reviews. He never got back to me on it. Instead, he went the next day and did his own live with Gerald Jackson talking about the Maid, and to me repeating what I said about the Maid, but with a spin by saying that the Maid found her hard and dead and everything else. So did Gerardo talk to someone after he talked to me and just went live with it himself? With whatever he found or whatever, I don't know. But I do not. I asked him a question and then he went live with it. He didn't get back with me. So I guess he wanted to go live about the Maid. I don't know. But he kind of whatever. I don't know, because I already went live about the Maid before he did. Okay. So I'm going to read some comments and get your thoughts. I'll also drop the link for anybody who wants to talk about this. But like I said, everyone keeps talking about the Maid statement, but where's the Maid statement? And before I say anything about Lucy, where are y'all getting anything from Lucy from? I'm telling you, Lucy came from me. It came from me. Okay? The first one to mention the thing about Lucy and the timeline was me. Okay? So like I said, if anybody else got any other proof that before this timeline, then let me know. And I doubt anyone has anything before this timeline. Okay, let me go to some comments. So yeah, to me, I believe that Lucy found Shanquella without luxation. She was paralyzed from the neck down. Her eyes were still looking around because she could still see and move her eyes around. She was probably trying to talk, but she cannot talk. But I don't know, when the Maid found her, maybe she wasn't trying to talk then. Maybe she wasn't, whatever. Maybe she decided to rest because she was just left there. But I do know when Nazir came and she was on that game room couch, he said her eyes were moving around and she was trying to talk. When the doctor arrived, the doctor said that she had poor verbal. That means poor verbal means the person is trying to talk, but it's poor, so that you can't understand them. So, yeah. Good morning, Melanie. I already said good morning. Okay. Yes, Danny, you're a trendsetter. Yes, Santi, thank you. Okay, so yes, okay. I already read that. Hey, Andrea. Okay. Hello, everyone. Let me drop the link so anyone wants to come up. Now, I'm welcome to any thoughts on this, like I said. But make sure you follow the timeline of Nazir's making a video on the Maid and discuss the Maid. He only said that they found the Maid. He said that when I got there, I was informed that the Maid found Shanquella in the bathroom on the toilet, slumped over. And then from there, I found reviews of the Maid Lucy along with my mind Unbothered. And I posted about Lucy the Maid in afternoon based on reviews left. And then the next day after that, Gerardo went live talking about my same timeline, but instead he talked about Shanquella being found in the same spot where we last seen her in the video. He also says the maid found her hard and unable to move. And to be honest, that unable to move is just going back to her being paralyzed. Hello, everyone. Dani, is there a video showing Winter attacking Shanquella? If so, can you post it? There is not a video online that has been posted of Winter attacking Shanquella. People say they saw a video, but it's just an invisible ghost at this point because no one has ever actually posted it or whatever else. And this is the internet. It's also 2023. I'm also speaking on other topics right now. And trust me, people are always downloading stuff and screen recording. So trust me, if there was a video posted online of Winter attacking Shanquella at that time period, that everybody's talking about when the other video was going viral, that video would have also went viral because as soon as people synced it, they would have been screen recording and downloading that video and say, oh my gosh, here's another person attacking Shanquella too. That would have went viral. Now, that's why I don't believe it was any video on here like that. That's just a rumor. However, I do believe that there is more video footage. And the reason I say that is because this is 2023. Well, it was 2022 when it happened. Everybody always records and takes pictures, especially on vacation. And also, when Malik was recording, we see somebody next to him, which is Winter, standing there, and she's also recording. So I believe that when he stopped recording, that she was still recording. I doubt they both stopped recording at the same time. So I believe there's more video, but the video will show Dejanay attacking Shanquella more, like before the video we saw and after. And I said before because Shanquella's hair is already messed up. By the time that video started, her hair was already messed up, and you can see her hair, like her hair tie hanging down. That white piece that everybody saw was a tag was actually something she tied her hair up with. So she was already being roughed up and beat on before that video, I believe. That's why her hair was messed up, and her hair had already been taken down, like her what you tie your hair up with at night. Okay. So yeah, and then also, of course, there'll be other videos. Like even Nazir said he took videos of him arriving. I believe other people took videos of them arriving. Think about it. If you walk into that type of building and it looks nice like that, the first thing you're gonna do is you're gonna record like you're walking around the village. You're gonna record like that and show your friends on social media, on Facebook, and different places. I believe there's more video, but I believe once they realize that things will be kind of like they can get caught or whatever, or things. I honestly believe that the Cabo people already had started taking down videos before they got back because they already knew. Like once it happened, I believe they already started like trying to take down things. I believe, in my opinion, but that's just speculation. Good morning, Dani, Miles, and chat. But yeah, I believe that they went on that trip, and ain't no way you're living in that type of villa that looks nice like that, and there's not any more videos and pictures of that things. Good morning, Dani, Miles, and chat. This is the first time chatting on vlog. However, I just left another vlogger's live, and it appears that they are trying to match Nazir with attacker based on the body structure and stance. Chat. Now, everybody, that's their channel, so I'm not gonna like people do whatever they're on their channel. But let's be honest, like we have to actually base things on certain facts. And once you base something on a fact, you cannot really disregard it. And the reason I say that is this. Let me go back to that last thing about Winter. We are not, by now, we are at the point where Mexico and the U.S. have gathered statements from a lot of people. They gather video evidence and everything else. They know who the main people are in this investigation. If there were two direct aggressors or two people attacking Shanquella, by now, Dani De La Rosa Anaya would have put out another arrest warrant. He will put out 2 arrest warrants and not just one, because he would need one for Dejanay and Winter. And the reason I say that is because atlas luxation, internal decapitation, you cannot just look at a video and say, okay, this person is the one that killed the person if there are two people attacking. So two people are beating on Shanquella and both of them throw her by the neck, which they are alleging that Winter did. They said that she also threw her by the neck. We already see Dejanay did. So two people throw that Shanquella by the neck. How do they know which one caused atlas luxation or internal decapitation for her head to separate from her body, right? How would they know who did it? They would have to investigate and do both. But the investigation wasn't even complete when they put out their first direct aggressor. They were basing it off that video that we've seen. So that's why I believe that is not another video of Winter, because there will be two arrest warrants and not one. But and also along with everything else I just mentioned. Obviously Nazir is skinny and he is skinny. And the person in that picture is like built like more of a real stout person with big bones. Nazir doesn't have skinny bones. I mean, he doesn't have big bones. So any how can oh my gosh. Woo, that's crazy. But anyway, I don't know what channel you're talking about, but I'm not gonna try to talk about another content creator in their channel, what they're doing, child. But let's look. Child, that's a mess. Everybody now, that's like, to me, to be honest, I'm not gonna talk on my channel about certain things. Okay, this is open chat, so I answer questions. But on the usual day when it's not open chat, I would not even entertain this because it's just ridiculous. He's a petite, skinny nigga. I mean, nigga, yeah. And then you got that Dejanay is bigger. Like, just put up a picture of Dejanay, Nazir, and Child. That's like nobody comparison. Like, he's skinny. He's a skinny person. And then on top of that, he wasn't even there. Like, I don't know how I'm saying, like, he wasn't even there doing a brutal attack. He wasn't there. Make sure you actually look at his flight times and his everything. That video I just showed you, that video actually goes over his flight time, his flight time, his possible time of arrival at the villa. And when I estimated it, it was actually 1:40 p.m. Kabul time, right? But that's give or take, as an estimate. And most likely it is going to line up to that because based on, I mapped everything out based on his flight time and then how long it takes to get from the airport to the villa because I have the address. I did a whole map up of that information. I'm not going to go over that in this video, but I map out like from the airport to so some people are going to but yes, obviously. Chill. The person that's him is actually chill. I think that Khalil and bigger. I maybe Khalid and Nazir around the same size, but Khalil's bigger. To be honest, I thought about too. Dejanay is actually her body proportions is actually kind of like, but she could actually probably go toe to toe with Nazir, Khalil, and Malik. You see Malik at that event video I posted? He's skinny. Nazir skinny. Khalil is the one who goes in and out of size, but he's actually like not really like a tough ass nigga either, right? So to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised that they actually scared to step in because they probably felt like the way the way Dejanay was throwing Shanquella around, she could probably take them, to be honest. So basically, what I would have y'all do is actually take pictures of Dejanay standing up, like with the outside with the helmet on, and then compare her with others standing up, and you'll see that she's actually bigger than Malik. She's bigger than Nazir. She's also probably bigger than Khalil when he's skinny. He goes back and forth between being skinny, kind of medium, and then thicker, like bigger. She's actually built. That's why people thought she was transgender because of her body build. Why are we referring to the Cabo 6 as Cabo 5? Everybody has their own opinion on this, but some people believe that it's not Cabo 6 because Cabo 6 would infer that 6 people were involved in the cover-up and attack on Shanquella or the brutal attack of Shanquella. People say Cabo 5 because they believe that Nazir is responsible, maybe like civilly or for negligence or not getting her help, but he's not responsible criminally for her attack, like attacking her or covering it up. Okay, so that's why they say Cabo 5. So I don't believe that he brutally attacked Shanquella. I also don't believe that he was a part of the cover-up. But I do believe that he's negligent, and also that the doctor is medically negligent. So even like the doctor and Nazir are both negligent, but the doctor is medical negligent, but that's not criminal as what they caused her death. And the others, I believe, caused her deaths. It caused her death, or they helped cover it up, knowing her exact death and what happened. Everybody else, from the maid to Nazir to the doctor to the concierge to the family, they were all lied to about being alcohol poisoning. So the maid could not call 911, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. If the maid had found Shanquella deceased, she would have let everyone know that she found a dead body. That's something you would definitely like ring the alarm, a dead body, a deceased body. However, if you are told that if she's still alive, which she was, and the friends are saying maybe she drank too much, then the maid will say, well, you can contact the concierge to get her help. Drinking too much is like they would call the concierge, and then the concierge would actually send out a doctor to give her IV. When someone drinks too much, they don't consider it like emergency there. They see it as they can call a doctor and have a doctor come out for $150 and give an IV and treat it, right? And they were told that it was alcohol poisoning, so that's why they did not take it as seriously as they would have if they had said it was a brutal attack. Now they had told the maid, hey, it's not alcohol poisoning. She was brutally attacked this morning. She was thrown by her neck. She was kicked in the face. She was beat on, like savagely beat on. Then the maid, I'm sure, would have been like, oh my gosh. And then same with the concierge, like, oh my gosh, the doctor, Nazir, everybody, if they had been told the truth about what happened, things would have been done differently. And also the police. Do y'all really think that the Cabo 5 told everybody from the maid, the concierge, Nazir, the doctor, the family? Y'all really saying that they told them the truth? Do y'all think that they told them the truth? That it was a brutal attack on Shanquella that morning? Did they tell anyone the truth? Do y'all believe that? They left it out. They left it out. And the reason they left it out is because they know that they had told anybody the truth, from the concierge, the maid, to Nazir, the doctor, to the police. They would not have been able to leave Mexico, because then they would be able to pinpoint what happened to Shanquella. And then the question becomes, if they did not tell anyone the truth, not even the family, Shanquella's family, why? Why didn't they tell the truth? Why did they leave that out? And that's where a cover-up comes in. So everybody's missing this part. The key thing in all this is what set the path or the trajectory for everything. Did Cabo 5 tell people the truth? Did Cabo 5, when the maid found her, did they tell the truth about Dejanay beating Shanquella? Did they? Did they tell the truth? Do you believe they told the truth? At what point did they tell anyone the truth about Shanquella getting beat down and savagely and brutally attacked and thrown by her neck and everything else? When did they tell anybody that? Never. Even now, they are still sticking to that same story about her just as alcohol poisoning. The whole thing about her being brutally attacked didn't come out until the video went viral. So why did they cover that up? Oh, I know why. They covered it up all the way until they got back here. But y'all telling me that in Mexico they told everybody the truth, but then in the United States they was covering it up. Nah, they've been covering this up since the time they brutally attacked her that morning. They've been covering this up. And they planned for it to be covered up until that autopsy and the death certificate came out and said Atlas luxation instead of alcohol poisoning. Ooh. They lied to the doctor who came after that. Wait, let me go back in order. They lied to the maid. Then they lied to Nazir. Well, no, the concierge. Let me go to the concierge. They lied to the maid. They lied to the 24/7 concierge. They lied to Nazir. They lied to the doctor. Then they lied to Shanquella's mother and family. They came out to the United States, and in her mother's face, at her mother's house, they still were saying alcohol poisoning. But y'all are trying to tell me that in Mexico, they told somebody the truth and somebody overlooked it. The maid overlooked it, the concierge overlooked it, and everybody's overlooked it and just helped them cover it up. I surely doubt it. Okay, let me drop the link so anybody wants to come up and give their opinion. But maybe y'all want to say I'm missing something here. But to me, I believe that they had this whole plan set up as a cover up, and they stuck with the cover up until that. Now it was obviously, now it came out that it was actually right. This other blogger is also stating there were 8 people there, and Nazir was one of them. At this point, I don't know what to believe anymore. Nazir wasn't there until the afternoon, maybe 1:40 Mountain Time. Now, as far as other people being there, I've already stated before that as far as people living in the villa, you can only stay in the villa if you are on the guest register and you're actually signed in to stay at the villa. So that's everybody on the list. Okay, that's why we said Cabo 6. However, there are other people that come to the house. When you first get there, there's a concierge, a 24/7 concierge, shows you around the villa. They tell you everything you need to know, pretty much. And then you also have the chef. The chef usually comes with 1 or 2 people, and that is like to be like the bartender or the hostess, like the for the plates. Or the host, it could be host or hostess. Like, I'm not gonna be like, it could be a male or female. Okay, so those are additional people might be seeing, but there's nobody else that actually was living, that was planned to stay at the villa. Ladybug Trucker, hey, only the people on the list. That's over a 3-hour gap, which is absurd. I don't believe that the deletion was premeditated, but waiting that long to get her help makes it a planned act. This case needs to be overcharged. And the whole thing is, we also don't know the exact time when she was attacked. There's no like official like proof of when she was attacked. The only people that really know exact time right now, of course, is whoever is investigating, like FBI in Mexico, investigation of the Office of Public Ministry or whatever. But anybody else really does is just estimating or guessing based on like when the sun rises and sets and everything else and all those calculations. But the real people that actually know the answers are those investigating and those that were there. Also, how long from when one dies until their body starts getting hard. To me, a lot of the stuff can vary from person to person. It's not even like that even to me is even set in stone, in my opinion. And also, I believe that once I see like the Maid's official statement, that it will be the same as the doctor's statement and Nazir's statement, that it's somebody that's unresponsive and somebody that most likely was having the signs and symptoms of atlas luxation. And it's not coming out of thin air that I'm saying this. It's because her cause of death is atlas luxation. That's what her diagnosis cause of death is. And when you're diagnosed with something, you have the signs and symptoms of it. So no one can actually argue against her cause of death atlas luxation, that she had to have the signs and symptoms of it. Right? Now, there are some exceptions to that, but for the most part, if that's on her death certificate, severe atlas luxation, she had a severe case of it, and which would include paralysis, being able to hear and see and even understand, but not being able to speak, which describes what the doctor said and Nazir said. When a person is dying, their body starts to cool off, starting with the lower extremities. Maybe the maid touched her there. Your body can be cold the day before you die. And also, if she didn't have any clothes on, what about that? Like, we don't know if she was clothed or not clothed at that point. Like, was she naked and then was she naked and they like set it up for her to be naked and found in the bathroom by the maid, and then they clothed her and then put her in the game room before Nazir arrived? Or was she clothed? Because if you're just naked for a long period of time, just slumped over bed, your skin can be cold. Also, unmoving when they say not moving or unmoving, that could actually be someone that's paralyzed because they're not moving. But again, I need to see the official Maid statement. Like, anybody seen it? No. It's just like Winter's video. It's a lot of invisible evidence around here. Like Winter's video, where is it? I never seen it. I never seen an official statement from the Maid either. Now, what I've heard from the Maid is Nazir mentioned something about a maid that he wasn't told by the Cabo 5 that the maid found Shanquella in the bathroom slumped over. And then I mentioned the maid Lucy and said the brutal attack most likely occurred in the morning, and that the maid Lucy, in the review, says she comes every afternoon, that she possibly found her around the afternoon, right? And then Nazir came around maybe 1:40 p.m. Mountain Time. I already went through the timeline, right? For the maid, that is. I might actually look at the other timeline that I thought of and then compare it to the unofficial police report timeline of when the doctor arrived, but I haven't done that yet. There are about 4 to 5 charges that can be used to get designated back: femicide, homicide, first degree, aggravated assault, first degree manslaughter, and charges for purposely not getting her help afterwards. Yes, correct. Let me go through these super stickers and I'll go back up. Arissa Bay thank you so much for supporting my channel. I appreciate it, girl. Thank you for the super sticker. Yes, and yes. Yes, thanks for supporting the channel. Shout out to you. And I saw another one as well. Okay, I guess nobody wants to come up. I dropped the link. Listening from work and enjoying it. Hey, Mondi. Shout out to Mondi for the super sticker. Yes, yes. Thank you for supporting my channel. I appreciate it, y'all. Okay, don't start spoiling me on this early Wednesday now. Okay, and everybody else, you can support my channel just by hitting the like button. So make sure you hit the like button. Okay, I'm gonna drop the link again. Anybody wants to come up? But like I said, am I missing something about a Maid? Because I'm telling y'all, I'm giving y'all the timeline of who spoke on the Maid and what the Maid, where the name Lucy and everything came from. It came from me. And the timeline about the attack in the morning, and then the Maid coming in the afternoon, and the Maid being named Lucy, that came from me. And that was based on speculation. I went through reviews and I seen the time frame of how things happen with breakfast, with chefs and different things, security in the area, and bits and pieces from reviews. And then I pieced it together and I said what I thought. Okay, so let me go through the top of the comments. You can also leave a comment. Press 1 if you want to actually call in instead. I can actually have a call-in number. I have a number as well. You can call in. So you can drop on the panel. You can also leave a chat comment, or you can call in on a number. The doctor knew she was inspired as soon as she got there. The first assessment is also check a pulse and check the eyes. She did administer no aid. That's why the EMTs were just standing there in the picture. I believe that the EMTs got there way later. The reason I say that is because the doctor had to use Nazir to help her with CPR. Usually with CPR, there's 2 people. Like, it's good to have 2 people, right? If the paramedics were there already, they wouldn't need Nazir's help. So we have to keep in mind that why did the doctor need Nazir's help for CPR? It's because why? She wanted a second person. If the paramedics were already there ahead of time, then she wouldn't need Nazir, because that's more trained, qualified people to help her. So I believe that the paramedics, but I do believe that by the time the paramedics came, it was already nothing they could do. I believe that in that picture that we saw, that Shanquella was gone at that point. By the time I think that by the time paramedics probably came, Shanquella was already gone. I believe that in that picture, they're looking down like oh, like trying to I don't know what happened. The doctor is no longer working on her or anything. It's kind of like the scene around everybody is like nobody else is like standing around or there. To me, I think at that point she was already gone. I believe by the time paramedics came, she was already gone. I do believe that. I need to actually look at the timeline again, but I do know this for a fact. The doctor already stated, it's in the police report. She stated that Nazir, like one of the friends, and Nazir said it's him, helped with CPR. You don't need of one of the friends, fake friends, whatever, to help with CPR if you have 2 paramedics or even 3 there. You don't, right? So that's why I know that the paramedics arrived late. So we have to pay attention to the little details. Let me go back up. Tanya, I was just about to let you up on here, but you dropped down before I could actually click on it. Just hit that like button. Hey, Regina. Tanya, I was about to click on you to let you on. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Hold on, wait a second. Hey, Diane. Let's see. This is what you said. Had to say the maid came from the liar. That's why he is a liar. Who listens to this liar? The maid came from Nazir, who said that the Cabo 5 told him that a maid found her. However, on the Cabo Villa's website, it states that there is a maid that comes to the villa every day besides Sunday. So there is a maid that came. So that is true. Based on how the villas run and work, there is a maid that came to the villa. So I don't know who you're referring to, but there is a maid that comes to the villa. So it's not far-fetched to believe that a maid will come, because that's part of how the villas work. Now, if you're talking about Gerardo Zuniga, he came out, he said something about a maid after me. But there is a maid, but we don't know who the maid is, and we also don't know anything else. I don't know. You need to clarify your statement. Now, there is a maid. That's all. Only thing we know is that there is a maid for Cabo Villas, and also Ivan confirmed that the maid that was working there was questioned by the police. However, we have not seen the official statement from that maid to even know who the maid is, like the exact name and everything else. All the other information was hearsay or just speculation. So when I said the maid Lucy and all this other stuff, that was all based on speculation and just piecing together from reviews. So I'm saying, like, that's why I'm coming today to say, like, based on the timeline, that information came from me, and my information was based on reviews, which is not a real receipt or 100% confirmation. So that's why I'm saying I'm clarifying where this information originated from. Yeah. Now, I don't know if Gerardo spoke to someone else and like an insider and they gave him information. I don't know. I'm only saying that, like, I made a video on it, and then I also messaged him about it, and then he went live about it the next day. But I don't know if he spoke to someone in between them to get more information or not. I don't know. But I was reaching out to him to try to get, like, confirm this information. And then, like I said, I don't know. Yeah, I already went over this at the beginning of this video. Thanks for clearing this up. But yeah, like I said, I'm the Lucy stuff and all this came from me. And I don't want everybody to keep on basing their conclusion and analysis of the whole thing based on something that we haven't seen yet. We haven't seen any documentation or anything to confirm any of this information about the maid. Now, it would be great if we actually had an official statement from the maid, and then we'll base it off that. But so far, we have not. Hey, Lisa. How did she get to the couch again? All I know is from Nazir's statement, he said that when he got there, Shanquella was on the couch in the game room. So maybe somebody from the Cabo 5 put her on the couch in the game room. However, from his statement, it also looks like he is the one that probably moved her from the game room to the living room, where we see the picture of her at now. They're all liars, no life after 9 a.m., I believe. I don't know, because to me, that's too many people. Like the maid, the Nazir, the doctor, everybody will have to be dealing with somebody that's already deceased. And I think that it's easy for someone to realize that someone's deceased or not. Even like children, like toddlers, are able to call 911 when they realize that somebody's body is lifeless. So I don't believe that everybody came there and then wasn't able to tell that she was deceased. Hey, Sherry. Hey, Shell. Hello, Dani. Love all that you're doing. Justice for Shanquella. Thank you, Deborah. Thank you so much. I'm glad you love the channel. There have been medical professionals that have watched the video of the attack and determined exactly when the atlas luxation and a severe spinal injury occurred. She was unable to move or speak. Yeah, I agree with that. That video definitely that when she threw Shanquella by her neck, I do believe that could have caused outlet luxation, and I do believe the medical examiners on that. However, I believe that is an ongoing investigation because they will have to have way more evidence than that, because in that video we actually don't see her deceased like 100%. It's not like, oh yeah, this caused outlet luxation, this could have caused outlet luxation, this is what happened. It's not 100% confirmation of her dying in that video. So that's why they would actually take that. They would take that video, plus they would add on like statements from people, other video footage, text messages, Google searches, the autopsy report, toxicology report. They would gather all the evidence they possibly can to add to that video, because it's not conclusive at the end of that video of her dying. Hey, Shell.
Hi, Dani. I have a question for you, and you may have already touched this. But a lot of things I struggle with this, with the case itself. But the death certificate. So this death certificate has 3 p.m. as her time of death, and then how everything transpired, it seems as though somewhere along the line, I have to find that they said like maybe 5:45 or something like that. I struggle with that because where did and even the lady's name who Dad Robinson had mentioned, who helped him all along the way once she finally got to him. And she assisted with him coordinating the autopsy and everything else. That person's name is on the death certificate. So she's, by that time, like she's in contact with Dad and everything else, but she still puts 3 p.m. on that death certificate. But then everything else, like from the report, like Zuniga had, shown, that's not what's there. I think it was like 5:45 or something like that, or 5:30. I'm sorry, I didn't come prepared with that, but I know it's a difference. What are your thoughts on that?
I do. My opinion is that the death certificate was translated from Spanish to English, and I don't know who translated the death certificate. So I don't know. To me, that once it was translated, things could have been changed or altered. What I mean by that is, whoever translated it, they could have translated it like in their like own interpretation of it. So I actually want to see the death certificate on like without the translation, and I would translate it myself, I guess. Because I don't know if they translated it and they say a certain time, I would want to know what time zone they're using.
Oh yeah,
I would like to know what time zone people are using. Are they saying like 3 p.m. and they're saying like and let's say like the official one is at 3 p.m. I mean, let's say one says 3 p.m., but they're going by Mountain Time and not Charlotte time. Are they going by a different time zone? That makes a difference.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I understand that part. I get that part. So I think that like that would give me more clarity, because I just feel like I already think that there's something funny going on that after somewhere in there, given those time spans. But that one really sticks out like a sore thumb to me. And I would, and then like you're saying, maybe the translator put the wrong time versus the person from the funeral home putting the wrong time. So maybe, but then yeah, I guess so I guess that would be the reason, or possible reason, that the times are off.
Well, I do know that there's like a 2-hour time difference between Mountain Time and then of course Eastern Time for North Carolina. There's a 2-hour time difference, and that's why I also believe like even Isaiah, when he was given a time, he was not accounting for the time difference. So yeah, So that would
Okay.
actually make more sense. If you say if they, I have to look at it again, but if there was like a 2-hour gap, then that would make more sense as to why there's a 2-hour gap. So that since it's 2 different areas and time zones, they definitely should put what time zone, like EST, Mountain, Central, etc., on the documentation.
Okay. And then one other question. I put it in your chat, and then I had to go back to work the last time you were on there. And I wasn't able to go back and look at it again. And sorry if you had to repeat yourself. But I had a question about one of the times that I had made a call, but mine was through the booking agent. Um, I, sorry, I was online. I made a call as well, but when I was online, when they were saying what services are allotted to that, what services are allotted to the villa, and one of them said it said the concierge. It said maid services, and it also said a pool services. But in your research, um, do you know what does that mean? Does that mean that they had someone at the pool just to maintenance their pool during the day, or is it somebody there for them throughout their stay totally? Because I know it was always it was back and forth about whether Nazir was at the pool, and I was wondering, do you think that possibly that was the pool person that's assigned to them?
I highly doubt it. To me, a pool service would actually just be exactly what it is. Someone would actually come, someone that services the pool every now and then. But that actually will be kind of a question for a concierge to answer. But I don't think so. But remember, Nazir said that he took a video by the pool. But remember, I have to actually look at the pictures of the villa or the video of the villa to see. But from my guess, when he said he took a video by the pool, there's some kind of like it's like adjacent or maybe conjoining to like the area of where he can actually still be like see in the game room. You know what I mean? Like it would make
Yeah, I saw that. Like there's a door that goes out there, but I think that the like that 50-50 split is that did he take it on the 28th or did he take it at the 29th? So I'm like, well, I'm one that believes he got there on 29th. I only because I go by the evidence. Like there's no evidence of him being there on the 28th at all. There's no evidence. It's all hearsay and speculation to me. So until so again, I'm trying to figure out that late at night, if that's a person, it looks like a person, but we don't know that factually. But if it is a person, like, is it a service worker of some sort?
Also, are people missing out that Nazir has flight information? Like he has like his boarding pass, he posted in the flight information that he obviously did not get there until the next day. So how would he be there the night before if his flights did not land until the next day?
I believe it or not, that's what's circulating. Again, different content creators are putting out that narrative that he was there on the 28th, and that's him at the pool, and in some other places. So again, I'm just thinking outside the box. If that is a person, could have been one of the service workers from that they're allotted, or could have just been someone that came with a concierge that while they're taking a break and they just sat outside. I don't know, but I don't, you can't see Nazir's face at all. And I can see where it's possible it could be a person, but if it possibly could be a person, I'm wondering, could have been one of the service workers. Then I just want to bounce that off of your logic.
I don't know. I do know 100% is not Nazir because his flight did not land until the following day, so it's not him. Now, could it be there? Who else was on the trip? There's 2 males. There's Khalil, and then there's also, of course, there's Khalil, and there's also Malik on the trip. Malik is also skinny, and so he's also on the trip. Has he been? Why was he not ruled out?
Because they were at the table at the time, and when
Are you talking about at the table? Are you talking about?
Well, when she was at the table when they were at dinner, and then she started, she took a video of the circumference of the house, and then it panned over to that swimming pool area. It was dark. So, but then there's like some inference that's, I don't know if it was a person or not. It's again, that's like a 50-50 thing, but
that's one thing I addressed already, kind of. I said that when the chef comes, he brings helpers, people to help with the experience. When they first arrive, the concierge greets them and like tells them about the bill and everything else. And then also when the chef arrives, they bring a bartender that actually serves the drinks, and they also bring someone that helps with the meal. Like they come with the chef. So there's a chef and then his helpers. So it could be like one of the workers like this that the chef brought with them to the villa.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to.
That's just my guess based on that. But I do know it's not Nazir, because he did not arrive until the next day. And we kind of like have to keep in mind, like with Nazir, he can lie to the FBI about what time he arrived, but they can make one quick phone call or one quick check in the databases and see his flight times and tickets. The airport will have him walking through the airport. The Transcabo or whatever transportation he used will have his information on file, like how he paid and what time he paid. There's just too many verifiable receipts and things that can be checked out for Nazir of when he arrived. And even right now, like even he posted like his boarding pass and flight tickets with the information. He did not get there to the next day. I really do believe that people don't like Nazir and how he came across in that video, and they really don't want to let go of him not being a part of it, because saying that he's not a part of the attack on Shanquella would mean that they kind of like, to be honest, went after somebody that was innocent in the attacking of Shanquella, but possibly has other things like negligence now, but wasn't actually attacking Shanquella. So that you will have to let go and admit that you were wrong in that doing so. So I think that some people they really, really want, for some reason, for him to be there and attack. So then they won't, they can stick to that whole thing of how it started. Me, I'm different. If I'm wrong about something, later evidence, because I was doing the same thing, right?
Me too.
I didn't actually say nothing about what time he arrived. I actually checked on things to see what time, like when he arrived, like in this video early. What video was this? I think November 28th, and I looked over the tickets. So early on, I was already trying to check on things. But even then, that time, even in this video right here that I'm posting up, I was actually saying, something's fishy about Nazir on this or this or that. But as time went on, I realized that this is not, things are not adding up as far as him being a part of it, because he doesn't have enough information for him to be in on it. If you're in on something, you're going to be given enough information, so you'll be able to go with the storyline. Like, if me and you right now are going to plan a cover up and you needed my help to cover it up, you need me to know as much as possible so that we can have give the same story or give the same information or be on the same page and everything else, right? Nazir, on his video, he wasn't really on the same page as the others. In fact, his language and how he was talking, he kept saying they instead of we. He was not knowing a lot of information that someone should know if they're part of a cover up and they were told to say this or told to say that. He wasn't in the know. And I can usually tell if somebody's in the know because I'm trying to get information out of them. I'll be able to get certain details, but he doesn't even know the information. He's trying to piece it together on some parts himself, right? So that's when I realized at that point that he doesn't know anything besides what he knows when he got there, and then from that on. But he doesn't know what happened before he got there. He could only say, well, they told me, and it's nothing like I knew this or I knew that. Oh yeah, he doesn't use any wording to say that he was there. It's like they told me. He would actually slip up and say, well, I when the maid told me, or the maid told us, us or we words. Like I looked into the whole video, I didn't see us or we. I heard separation, like they and I. It was like a separation Yeah,
Right.
so I realized that he isn't as involved as most people will think, but I do believe that he's negligent in some way. It depends how much he's negligent. It depends on this. Well, it depended on this. Like, first of all, when he got there, more than likely they told him that help was already on the way. Like, help is on the way. Like, help was already on the way. So if help was already on the way, then he wouldn't be expected to call for help, right? Because help was already on the way. However, if he got there and he saw her in that condition, and then nobody said, everybody was acting normal and nobody was getting her help, and then he didn't get her help, then that would be weird. But if he was told help was already on the way, then that's different. So once I saw that maybe that he was already told the doctor was on the way, I think he said in the video or something, or the nurse was on the way, that's when they said, oh, okay. So then that actually lowers his culpability again. So then I'm like, oh, okay. So it seems like to me he's still negligent, because I still believe that he could still be here responsible in some way, for Shanquella, like moving her body and such. But as far as like criminally being involved in the cover up or the actual commission, no.
Right. I think that because I think that initially I had reservations about him. And the flight and all the other stuff and what time was he there. But then I sat back and thought um about the traveling. Like, even when you're traveling domestic, Homeland Security justice is airtight. That's one thing. Is after 9/11, they're airtight with that. And then once you get, when you're traveling internationally, then you have your passport, and like that's like the number one thing that the FBI would have direct access to, aside from everything else. I know they can get to everything, but that's all federal. So I'm like, they would be able to go through there and get the passport information in a job of a dime. And if that passport was opposite of what he's saying, um that would just be, I don't think that he would be walking the street right now. That's just my opinion. Because then to me, that would just implicate that you're trying to hide something, So, again, besides that, like I said, those things don't lie. Homeland Security is not going to get you, you're not going to get past them they're not going to be able to verify that he came there on the 28th, and his passport definitely, because that gets scanned most of the time now. But so I don't think that that's going to show the 28th either. So that's just me.
Yeah, that's something like, it's kind of like somebody could lie about it, but they wouldn't be able to get away with it because there's too much surveillance. Like I said, there'll be like cameras at the airport, at different airports. There'll be in the Charlotte airport, there'll be cameras, like I was seeing what time he got there. There'll be and of course, like when even just his flight ticket, and like when him loading, like boarding the plane, that can easily be found within minutes by the FBI. So that's something he cannot lie about and get away with. So there's no point in lying about it, right?
Right.
So
Exactly.
no one, I don't think that anybody would say, oh, they can actually fool the FBI about what time they arrived. So why even come online?
Right. That's like the easiest thing the FBI can do. Like, out of the whole case, that's probably the easiest thing for them to pull, is how, travel dates and how they traveled and where. Like, that's like the easiest thing they could get out of the whole thing. So I just don't see them lying to the FBI about that.
Yeah, it would be dumb and a waste of time because it can easily be proven otherwise. But yeah, I think that some people don't want to let him off the hook because they still feel a way about him, and they really just they still feel a way about him. So I mean, if you still feel a way about somebody, you still want to hang them, right? You still want to like lynch them, and like, yeah, you should have done something. So you still, like, nobody really wants to believe like he got there and he just didn't, he saw the her busted eye, busted lip, not on her forehead and everything else, and then he didn't, like, they feel like he should have done more, and for that's why they believe that he's a part of it, right?
Yeah, I get that. I do get that. I think that I'm on the same lines too. I think that there's that, because we all hold this case so passionate, and then sometimes you're so passionate about it that you don't want it. You just want to, you want them all nailed one way or the other, as a part of it. but he still could be part of it, but I don't think he's part of that part. He could be just, like, if I don't know, some negligent in some kind of way or something. I don't think that he's going to get away with totally anything, but that part, that part, as far as what happened that morning until he got there, I don't think that he's going to be, attributed to that at all.
Yeah, and on top of that, when we spoke to Ivan, he actually said that there's like, it's like a private entry, like a gated, and then everybody entering, they have to be registered there. And so, he said there's cameras at the entrance. So basically, there's cameras at the entrance. That means that like whoever enters and exits is accounted for. So there's just so many points throughout his whole process from getting from Charlotte to Cabo of timestamps. And when I mean timestamps, verifiable data or information or verifiable concrete evidence that cannot be swayed either here or there. So there he won't be able to get away with it. So for those concerned of Nazir getting away, there's no way he can get away if he was actually there. And on top of that, there's witnesses. There's the chef, there's the maid, there's the concierge. All of them will be able to see like who was there. And even like the chef, they have to actually they count like who's there and how many people they serve. So there's just so many ways to pinpoint who was there. And also don't forget their transportation is Transcabo to get from the airport to the villa. He will have, it's so many even like from statements to timestamps. He would just be lying and looking like a damn fool lying, because there would be so much evidence pointing to him being there.
Right. Agreed. So that's all I had for you. Thanks. I always love your show, but I just want to pick your brain on those two things, and I'm going to go ahead and drop down to the chat.
Oh yeah, I was just about to pull up his
Oh, okay, I'll wait.
His boarding pass to get your thoughts on that. I think that some people believe that it was doctored or some kind of conspiracy with that or something.
Yeah, you know what I noticed though? Not to cut you off, I'm sorry. I looked into that too, and there, depending on if you use American Airlines app, or there's a generalized type of app that you can use, and you can get any boarding passes on there. But if you use the app, one of those apps, if the boarding pass is already used, the scan that barcode that's in there, or the QR code, will be missing. So I think that's why his QR code is missing, because he's probably not using the American Airlines app. Because and then he could also be using that. But I went online and I researched that. And there are times when if the boarding pass is already used and then you want to go back and make a copy of it, you won't have a QR code. So that's the difference.
Okay, well, on this ticket, it's showing like whoever like got it. I guess it was him. I don't know, but they actually use Flight Aware, where you can actually check ticket information on there.
Oh, good. I didn't notice that. Right. Okay. So, like I said, if he doesn't use American Airlines, their website, you won't get that QR code, and that's what I noticed. So that's one thing I noticed, that is because there was question about, see, on your right hand side where that part is black and there's no QR. So that was one of the justifications that it's fake, because there's no QR code. But then when I was researching, I found that if you use one of those applications, if the boarding pass is already used, the QR code drops off.
Now I know that LA, I don't know if he actually I don't know if he Law, I don't know if he's called Law or LA, to be honest, from NT. But so he made phone calls, but did he actually check on Nazir's ticket? I can't remember his video.
No, he didn't do Nazir's. He just did Dejanay, Shanquella's, and Elise. He didn't do Winter, Malik, or Nazir's.
And who did he call? Like, what did he call, the American Airlines itself, or did he call like?
I don't know. I never asked him that. I just remember listening to the audio, but I never knew. Sorry, I'm letting my granddaughter out. I never knew exactly what airline he called and was able to get that. I tried to simulate that whole experience, like how that he did, and I wasn't as successful. So I don't know if it's just that they were on a different one that's more flexible about giving information, because I really wanted to know but couldn't get it.
Oh, so they would give you information?
American would not, but they did confirm that 479. They did confirm that 479 and the departure and arrival, but they said that without the actual I don't know if it was a confirmation number or whatever, like they couldn't give me anything else. They stopped right dead there, so I couldn't get anything. But you know the trick of the what, you know how you do a lot better than I do. I'm a novice. I'm very little time compared to you, so maybe you can, but I couldn't get it.
I'm sure he probably didn't. I don't know if he called it American Airlines, because to me that would actually be more strict, because they're definitely more. I don't know. I would say that they'll definitely like worry about more privacy.
Yeah, and
I
that's
don't
what
know.
they told me.
I need to actually find his video and see which one he did. Like, who did he call? I
Right,
think
that's what they.
it's the one. Hold on, let me pull it up.
Okay.
LLAROBINSON. All right, can you please find out?
Okay. Robinson.
Okay.
What do you need to know?
Like, what was her flight information?
28. From Raleigh to Dallas, and Dallas to SJD.
And what was the times from Raleigh to Dallas to SJD?
From Raleigh, 5:30 a.m. And from Dallas, 8:30 a.m. I only can see the ticket information. I cannot see the flight information.
Okay.
Like the length of the flight or anything. I can tell you that she departed from Raleigh 5:30 a.m. to Dallas, and then she departed from Dallas 8:30 a.m. Dallas time to San Jose del Cabo.
DAEN.
That one does come up.
All right.
I can give you the ticket number.
Okay. All right.
0012. So 00.
Raleigh too. Shanquella. Same exact flight. 5:30 a.m.
Yeah, that it doesn't tell me.
Oh yeah, she said it don't tell you that.
Departure time.
So SJB.
Yes.
At what time?
At 12:30 p.m.
For Shanquella or Dejanay?
Both.
It was booked on August
6.
2022.
Yeah, I doubt he's calling. I doubt he's calling American Airlines. Get this like that much information. So I don't know. I will have to like message him to see who he called. But that's if he can actually probably, if he called for the others, he probably could just call for those Nazir as well. But most likely, if he probably called like I would be more thinking that it would be, did they all use American Airlines, or did they all use something different?
See, that's what I didn't know. I don't know if they all flew out on the same airlines. I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't actually look into that. I just actually looked at Nazir's information that he posted. Because they all flew into or had to connect through Dallas. Now he could have possibly called Dallas instead of actual airline to get information. But that's if they actually use Dallas, most likely, for the connect. Because I think there's another one they can actually land into for a connect. I forgot which one. I think it's actually like 2 in Texas. I think another one they could actually land into for a connect. I can't remember. This is something I would actually have to look into myself. I can look into myself, but to me, he already posted this information, and it actually matches up and confirms like with the time of events. So however, I do know that there's like different, like I would say different sectors we have to keep in mind. There are some parts where people are only based on there are people that only go by like receipts and what they can base off everything off of, right? And then there's another like portion of our sector This goes for any sector I'm in. It could be true crime, it can be black tea sector, it could be any sector. There's always going to be like a split. There's going to be like conspiracy based and then receipt based. Okay. So no matter if you have like the receipt based, then that's kind of like what I kind of do. But the other conspiracy are just is based, no matter what you show or what you prove, it's always going to be another angle thrown at you to trying to should not try to say to discredit it, but there's always going to be a conspiracy factor added or element. So even if I were to call and then they were to say, well, he didn't land and until the next day, like we already have his boarding information and pat like this information, right? And then they still say, well, the barcode isn't there. So then if you make a phone call, they'll say, well, she's in on it, or the person there, they probably didn't look at the right time or day. It's always going to be something. So some things I really don't get into because no matter what I do or what I post or what I prove or show, people are still going to not believe it, right? But
yeah, you're very right.
Yeah, so outside of this, I might actually like look into it, but I guarantee you, even when I post, like even like yesterday, like when I or the other day when I posted, actually weeks ago, I posted that it's a real doctor. People still believe it's a nurse only. Even I show like a database you can go to and look up this information yourself. It's real. People will still say it's a nurse. So there's no. It's like I'm telling you, there. I'm used to it by now, but I'm just letting you know, because you might not be used to it yet. But no matter what you do or show improve, Hunty, there's always going to be people that don't believe what you're posting.
Yeah, that's what I'm starting to learn is that is that no matter what, like you could post everything in the world and then it's still going to be it's going to be something, or and I'm not a content creator myself. I follow you a lot, and then there's I'm follow you most of the time. And there's other two that I follow a lot too that comes with a lot of the facts. Now, I can't say that sometimes I get guilty of conspiracy because I'm trying to figure out what's not coming together. And sometimes I'll bounce off of, other people, but like to the point where like things like this, when there's concrete evidence, that's really you can't get around a passport. You can't get around an airline ticket. Like you just, and the thing about it is that these things that he provided was more spontaneous. They were more spontaneous than, okay, let me go get it. Like, okay, you want that? Here you go. You want that? Here you go. It was spontaneous more than, something that he came back later with. So this part, I just, I can never be 100, because it's always a margin of error, but or where you could be wrong. But in this case right now, he even posted his passport. Like anybody could go and look that up, or have a friend somewhere, a friend of a friend that can look up his passport information. He even put that in the sunshine, and he's putting his airline ticket and his passport on the sunshine. No, he got there on 29th. That part I just can't. I just can't. That part you can't budge me on.
Well, what I mean by conspiracy would be like saying that's Nazir in the video attacking Shanquella when it's clearly not even his size or anything else. It's kind of far-fetched. So then it becomes, to me, that's more conspiracy based. It's because in our face and in our eyes we actually see is somebody with a different build and that snatched the bonnet off their head and everything else. And then how could it be taken any other way? That's when this conspiracy come in. Now, I'm not saying that anybody can have their own channel and do that, but I was just saying like the different sectors of people that one would say, well, they would only go by what they see in front of them. Someone like a pajama set, like bigger build, taking off their bonnet. And we've already known like who's on the trip. So then we would say, well, and then we already know, it's like everyone knows it's Dejanay. Conspiracists like will say, well, it could be Nazir, even though we already know he's skinny, and why would he have on a hair bonnet on his head? It's different things like that.
And so, Dani, I got one better. What about this? Did he grow his hair out for the event. No, the hair wasn't long, but it was long enough to make a little, it could pull back, like, so he grow his hair out for that occasion. Like, you follow what I'm saying? Besides the size, look at the hair. That person does have hair. It's short, but it looks like it's relaxed. So it's short, but it's pulled back, and it's teeny tiny ponytail length, but it's enough where you can see somebody like they snatch it back to, probably do something, maybe put a wig cap on it or whatever. But it's like he doesn't even have that much hair on his head. And then he would have had to perm it in order to get it to fall back like that. So he did all of that, all of that just to come in to fight her with, in the morning. It's like we gotta like start putting everything in perspective, and then say, it just doesn't make sense.
And not to mention Dejanay, like her people calling in her, like to be honest, we made her get fired from Blue Rhino, right? So her losing her job, being like a witch hunt for her. You think that if it was Nazir or somebody else, child, she would already be on here saying, no, that's somebody else. Like, why would she let her like lose her job, lose everything, and then for it to be Nazir in there, and then Nazir is on here claiming he's innocent? Child, she'll be on this platform saying Nazir is the one attacked. Like, why would she like let Nazir be out here lying and saying that he got there the next day, and then meanwhile she's losing her job and in hiding, right? And he's out here still not in hiding.
Bingo, bingo. That's what I said. Bingo. That's another excellent point. Why would she lose her job and go and hide and leave her whole entire home and do all of this, and then it was someone other than her? No, there are people. I don't think she would do that.
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense. But I do believe that it's just like even like with that and everything, there's always going to be like different angles and topics of conversation. So people will that's why I said it's different sectors. And a lot of times I just post what I have, and then I just let everybody believe what they want to believe and go from there. But I just always let other creators know, or people that you probably think about making your own channel. Have you thought about being a creator? I just try to let people know, like, don't get too like worked on like proving something to people, because there's always going to be whatever you post is always going to get spawned into something else, or people are going to say, well, what about this or what about that? And it never ends, right?
Right. I agree. It doesn't. It never ends. It never ends. Never ends.
But yeah, so I can actually try to see about the pool service worker, but most likely it's probably somebody that came with the chef, and we don't know who all came with the chef. But I do know that Ivan said that usually the chef brings maybe one or two people with them to help. It makes sense because the chef has to be in the kitchen cooking the meal, and then it will be helpful to have other people there to serve the meal and then also the drinks. So I do believe that it was probably those maybe two other people there, maybe a bartender to help serve the drinks, and then like someone to serve the meal itself, like a waitress or hostess type, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Now I could try to call American Airlines and DFW later, and I'll try to see if possible they can give any information on that.
Okay, thanks, Dani.
But like, even I think I saw a comment right now about wait.
Come here, babe. Get it. Let me get it off your finger. Get that off your finger.
So even right now, okay, Sweet Capricorn says private data is big in my state, so then confirming info was shocking. That call didn't seem authentic. Yeah, so you're basically talking about Nazir's phone call. I mean, not Nazir. You're talking about LA from NC phone call to the airport. You'll be surprised, Sweet Capricorn. That's what I'm saying, is that sometimes when I call different places, I get information that I'm surprised I actually get. You'll what people give out on flight information and flight times. So I believe that the calls he made were to actual people to get information. I don't think that he actually would make that up or doctorate. Okay, let me bring on Tanya. And like, even if I call Street Capricorn and I got information, what happens if I call and I get information? Sometimes people do give information. I mean, we don't know, but I doubt that he will actually post a video that isn't authentic and it isn't talking to a representative from wherever he called. I'm gonna message him, right, and see where he called, and then I'll see if I can recreate that whole scenario, right?
I just want to chime in for a little bit. I mean, I'm old school. I'm old as heck. I'm like 50, but you know, so I was a frequent traveler, and like I can look at his ticket and tell that this is not accurate because again, I was more than 100K before the pandemic because I used to travel weekly, and I can look at this and tell that it's fake. I'm just saying. And as far as mouth to mouth resuscitation, who does mouth to mouth nowadays? They use a breathing bag, so I don't even know why, unless he had to assist with the breathing bag. He didn't give mouth to mouth because nobody does that nowadays. Nobody. Even Mexico, who is a third world country, nobody does mouth to mouth. They do breathing bags. I'm just saying.
Didn't the doctor say that it was mouth to mouth as well?
Well, but that's what she said. But is that actually true? We don't know because nobody does mouth to mouth. That's
Okay,
like, that's like, I mean, if you remember AIDS, and that's from my generation, nobody does mouth to mouth. I used to work in healthcare. And everybody had breathing bags. I don't know any physician would come out on site and do mouth to mouth. And she didn't. She had Nazir do it. No. They have breathing bags. I'm just saying.
Can
That's
I ask
true.
you this, Tanya? Can I ask you this?
Yeah.
Can we just think about this scenario? If they
Okay.
call if they called the concierge, who then the concierge called, for a physician and said that someone, had alcohol poison. If she came there prepared for dehydration and and pretty much alcohol poison, okay, then if she didn't come equipped for what was happening, what else should she
I'm
have
just
done?
saying that should
No,
be
I'm
a part
asking
of
you.
her bag.
But
That should be a part of her bag.
right,
I
but we don't
mean,
know that.
you can't do. You can come if you're a physician. And you don't even have stuff readily available to give an IV, and you don't have. That's part of your kit. I'm
Right,
just
but then
saying.
you can't hold him responsible for
I'm not
what
holding
she
him
did or
responsible
didn't.
at all. I'm just saying that he didn't get mouth to mouth. He had a breathing bag. That's all I'm saying. I understand what
Understood.
you're saying. I
Mhm.
mean, yeah. And so I don't understand as a physician who came out supposedly for somebody who had alcohol poisoning and you didn't have your kit available. I'm not somebody who's worked in healthcare. I'm not understanding. I'm
Okay,
just
so
saying. I'm not a nurse, but I've worked in healthcare for like 20 years in
I
various
believe also,
hospitals.
hold on one second. I also believe that the doctor probably did not probably was unprofessional, and she came out there and she was not properly, like, with all her equipment and everything she needed. I think she only came out there to treat alcohol poisoning. She didn't have all her equipment with
But like
her.
you said,
However, I do agree.
unprofessional.
Wait.
Yep.
Tanya, I do agree with you that she should have came out there with all her equipment and everything else. But since
Yep.
they both stated that it was mouth to mouth, then that means that she was unequipped, and yes, that is unprofessional. However, we have to go by that they had to end up using mouth to mouth because they didn't have equipment. So we have to base it off what they have stated.
Exactly.
So
We can only go by what they have stated. But in the US, of course, in the US, that's not even possible. I mean, I don't know when the last time somebody did mouth to mouth since the AIDS epidemic, and that was in the 90s. Everybody has this breathing bag that they have. So I don't know what it's like in Mexico. I don't know. But I'm just saying that's unprofessional that they would come out with with no breathing bag. And all I'm gonna say, Americans, please think about going to Mexico. That's all I'm saying.
I agree with that, Tanya. I think this
Please
is a
think
big
about
wake
it.
up call. This
Yeah,
is a big wake up call.
absolutely. And I mean, my daughter and I was supposed to take a cruise to Mexico. I don't even want to go. I told her can you reschedule it can you find us someplace else to go? Because I don't feel safe in Mexico. I just don't. I mean, not only Shanquella, but then the other guy, what's his name? I don't even remember his name. Who died, and they tried to act like, oh, he fell off. He was chasing birds and he fell off the balcony. Come to find out, they shot his butt. Y'all know who am I talking about? Oh,
I
I'm
don't know,
just
but it's
getting
on the
Mexico,
paper.
and I live in Texas.
Tanya, keep in mind also that this right here, what I posted, is not his flight ticket. Okay, on the top, if you actually look, it says Flight Aware. So he went to flightaware.com, and this is from a website where he looked at flightaware.com. He typed in his ticket information, and then that's how he got this ticket information. Okay. So this is not his flight ticket. So if you're comparing this right here to what an actual flight ticket looks like, yes, you're correct. This is not his actual flight ticket.
So that's the problem. We can't verify this because he's non-revenue. He went on a buddy pass. So when everybody talk about his ticket, we can't verify his ticket because again, it's non-revenue.
Okay, where is everybody getting this whole information about a buddy pass at? Where is that coming from?
From I guess Joya or whatever. I don't know. They look. I'm not gonna say you. I'm gonna say other content creators. They looked the fact that Joya at least ended up getting this ticket for him. I'm not saying you. I'm saying other content creators. I haven't researched this myself. I haven't. But what I will say, who has flown buddy passes, you go based upon the employees number, and so it's non-revenue because the airlines have no revenue. They have no income behind this ticket.
But Tanya,
so I don't know. I'm just saying this is what I heard. I haven't looked it up. I haven't.
Oh, sorry, but Tanya, at one point in time, I and this is a part. If you could probably help me with,
okay.
If he flew out on a buddy pass, because you said you work with the airline, so you could probably try to help me vision this. So if he flew out, if it was a buddy pass, right, and eventually buddy pass. But in my mind, I visioned that at one point or the other, they still got to get his name in on there, or he's not going to get through even the domestic part. He's not going to get from North Carolina to Dallas. Like if his name does not match his ID and on that ticket, that if everything's not, he can't do that. So even if it's a buddy pass, isn't it at one point in time that his name needs to go on there?
You're absolutely right because again, you can't fly. You got to tie a ticket to a person. So again, even if we fly, if you buy a ticket or if you do non-revenue, they're gonna apply it to the individual who is gonna fly. So yes, I totally agree. So I'm not. Again, I don't understand. I don't fly United. I mean, I don't fly American. I fly United. So I'm not really understanding why this non-revenue ticket is not applied to this individual. I don't know. I don't understand that. I don't get it.
Right, but then if it's not applied to I don't know all of that. I don't know the ins and outs of that. I don't even know that from me calling American itself, they won't even give out pertinent information like that. So I'm wondering how, if they did, maybe somebody was luck of the draw. But even with that, once he claims that ticket and his name is there, that's his personal record. Like he would.
Absolutely.
Right. So
Yep,
anything, so that if it becomes his personal record, then now that's, however he got it, that now it belongs to him. He has that's it. They have to attach it to someone, right?
Absolutely.
Right.
Again,
So,
I don't understand Americans' guidelines, but I do understand because an individual person has to be attached, even if it's a non-revenue ticket, meaning a buddy pass.
right. So that's the gray area for me. That's the part I'm
Yeah.
that's the gray area. No, the gray area to me is that what is the significance to him being on the buddy pass and this not being his ticket? That's the gray area. I don't understand that part. What part
I
does
totally
that
agree.
matter?
I'm confused. I don't know. I don't fly American. I fly United, and I don't understand how this person, Nazir, was able. I don't understand how y'all can't track this ticket. I'm
No,
just saying.
but
Even
when
if
you
he fly a buddy pass.
Okay, so let me just put this in my just make so when you made mention of it, you weren't mentioning it because it wasn't his past. You making mention is because it can't be researched. I'm just when it's being brought up, is it because they're saying that because it's Julia's buddy pass, it can't that ticket is fake, or you saying or they saying that because it's a buddy pass, nobody can trace it.
Okay, so again, I'm sorry. You kind of fade in and out. What I do not understand, even though it's a buddy pass, because I have flown buddy passes before, but it was always traced to me because I had to, I had to go to security. I had to have a ticket, and so therefore I had to submit my credentials in order to get on this flight. I do not understand how this is not tracked.
But it all is. If we look at it, all of it is.
I fly United, but I'm confused.
Right, but it does have him. It says Nazir. So I would imagine that they would, however he got it, but when it's time for him to fly or before, that they would have to punch his information in. And I'm confused as why I'm confused as
so there's two different things here. Even though they can push Nazir's information, but because of the fact that he flew a buddy pass, a non-revenue, they will have to also punch the individual employee information, because even though he has an individual ticket, you would still have to track it to the employee. I don't know if that makes sense, but
I understand what you're saying, but then remember, in this particular case, he's not, and I think that you probably, maybe that would happen if he were on American's website itself, or if he's an employee pulling other people's information up. I mean, if you're an employee and you're pulling information, but maybe it doesn't work like that on the opposite side. If you're the consumer, most of the time they're going to make it most convenient to the consumer. So they're going to give you follow what I'm saying? Like the consumer doesn't necessarily have all of those things. Right?
Yeah. So I think that the difficulty in locating his information is because, again, he's not an employee, and y'all are looking from it as a third party person. So it's more difficult for y'all to find this information because y'all third party. And again, this has to do with the employee, not necessarily him, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. My only, the only thing is that even with all of that going on, I don't see how it negates that ticket or anything about it to be false.
It doesn't negate the ticket. It doesn't make the ticket false. It just has to do with y'all.
I mean, correct.
Not y'all, but us having to research this information, if that makes sense.
Right, but
because we're a third party.
Okay, wait a second. Let make sure y'all take turns on this. Tanya, make sure you're not interrupting Shell when she speaks.
I'm sorry, Shell.
I was saying, but
Cheryl, you
what
know
I'm
I
saying,
love you, baby. I got you
you
from other
know,
channels. I love you,
yeah,
girl.
I know, Tanya. I know. Good. I'm good. It's all good. It's all love because it's always good to bounce off of each other because then it makes us understand. Like, because sometimes I'm reading it and I'm not getting it. That's why I'm asking these questions. So what
Absolutely.
so anyway, what I'm saying is that like oh gosh, I lost my train of thought. But long story short, I think that that's what I was going to say. Me as a consumer, I better not. I mean, even though we heard it happens, if I, most people should be protected as far as their personal information. So the fact that you can't track like Julia or somebody can't track anything additional on not there. Like I think that's appropriate. Like that's what it should be. People should not be able to track my personal information. Regardless of how much you want to know. If it happens, okay, it happened. But in general, that shouldn't be something generally that anybody can do.
I mean, I totally agree. I mean, I now work in healthcare, and I don't want anybody to track my personal healthcare information. They shouldn't be allowed to. However, this is a criminal, and so this is a criminal investigation, and that's what makes it a little different. But day-to-day people like me, I shouldn't be able to track all information. The FBI, that's a whole different story. They should be able to track, and which they can. They can track all the information that they want to. But the public, we don't have access to all this information. I'm just saying.
Right, and we shouldn't, but I don't for 1 minute think that, like I said, that's the easiest thing the FBI can do because they regulate, the airline, behind the scenes.
Absolutely, just
So
like they regulate healthcare. Yep.
right, so I think that's just a point and click for them. So I don't think they would have any problem with figuring all of that out, and even with that said, as Joyce passed, Nazir took it, he flew. I don't even see that as suspicious at all, or I don't. But I don't think that would become an issue at all.
It's
Whether
not an
somebody
issue.
else can see
What
it or
I
not.
will say, look at his ticket from a frequent flyer. I mean, I used to travel weekly. I have over 100,000 miles that I flew in a year. I can look at this and say that this looks like a bogus ticket. I'm just
Okay,
saying.
well, Tanya, this is not his ticket. Again, this is from the website FlightAware. It's not his ticket. The second
But
screenshot you
I
see is
thought
his
that this
board.
is what he presented.
Wait. The
Okay,
second
I'm listening.
part, the second part on the right hand side is his boarding pass because it's a split photo. The first part on the left hand side is flightaware.com, a website where you can search up information. The second screenshot on the right is his boarding pass. People are saying, I think Linda said in the comment that it's blue because it's a buddy pass. Well, this is actually a phone, like a screenshot of a phone. It looks like where you actually have somebody scan it, but it's already been scanned already. So it won't be scannable because he already used it at this point. So the blue screen is actually from a website. So where are y'all getting that this means that it's blue as in buddy pass when it just is? This is from a phone. This is not like the official ticket, right? This is a boarding pass where you would just like go through and they would actually scan your phone or whatever. And then the left hand side is from a website called FlightAware. Okay, so where do you see a ticket? His actual ticket.
So I'm saying because again, this is from what I understand. This is the ticket that he presented online, and also I don't know about the FlightAware, but this is the ticket that he presented online. So everybody who travel know that this is fake.
Yeah, this is not this is what he presented, but he didn't say it's his flight information he presented. The flight information is from FlightAware. You can go on there and actually search up. If you type in your ticket number, you also type in your
I'm very familiar with FlightAware.
Yeah, so that's okay. So that's a website. That's not his ticket. Now, as far as his boarding pass, he presented it side by side because he was pointing out that his boarding pass matches with the information that was pulled from FlightAware. And if you actually look at the time, the time.
It's not you because I know you do your dang old research. It's other bloggers who presented this information to us. It's not you. I know you do your research. You do. And so other bloggers presented this to us as this if it because he did as if this was his ticket. I'm not saying you, because you do your dang on homework. So I'm not talking about you. I'm only talking about, again, this is what was presented to us. I mean, I
agree
hear
on
you.
that one.
I hear you, girl. Danny, you're the best. You do your homework. You call people and you do your homework. This is why I love your channel. I do. I love it.
Thank you. So, I was actually trying to call the airport right now. So I didn't hear, like, what's your main, what is your main issue with the ticket? Are you saying is,
My main issue is,
are you saying like Nazir is lying about not being there? Or are you saying that he was there? Like, what is your whole position on
that's the
Nazir?
thing. I don't know, because this doesn't look like a legitimate ticket to me. So I'm just.
So basically, you want clarification. She dropped down. So you want clarification on his ticket. So basically, a lot of people, I guess this is what's happening. Since a lot of people are unclear about the status of his ticket or whether it's authentic or not, and the time he arrived, because of things that have been put out about this ticket and what he posted, people want confirmation, like 100% confirmation that he wasn't there in order to base their viewpoint. Now, with that being said, there was live from the NC that he posted him calling the airport, and even when he called the airport and got some information, some people still questioned whether his calls that he made were authentic. So what makes people believe that if I call and I were able to get information, I don't know if I will be able to or not, that I will still be questioned and it still would be something that people won't think is authentic? So what would be the difference in that?
That's true. I think that's true. I think no matter what you do, it's just going to be that 50-50 split, and then not. I don't think that you can do it, but I wonder, what value. We got to look at what is the value of it. Because once it's done, right, then it's going to be something else. I think, like I said, like there's a wall fixture, there's a black wall fixture that's him on the wall, that's him at the pool. That's Dejanay is not, that's him fighting Shanquella. That's him, at the dresser, like that's him holding the phone next to the bed when it's clearly like it's everything. Like he's everywhere. Like he's just he's just everywhere. Like everything is him. So if it was one set thing and that's him, I would be like, okay, let me look at that more. But it's like he's everywhere. Like he's on the couch, he's at the pool, he's that wall fixture, he's Dejanay, he's the luggage is in Dejanay's room. Like he's just and then in addition to that, it's also Joya's in there. Joya's there. Him and Joya there. Like at what point do like it's just like I just need facts, and I'm not saying that he and Joy weren't there. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that there's no concrete proof that he's there, and it's at the end when the rubber hits the road. It's just basically what you believe and what you don't believe. But I don't think that is like just to make something him. Just say you believe he was there. Just say you believe he's there, and then that's the end of the story to me.
Speaking of which, there's actually an article that was written from someone in Mexico, right? However, I don't know. They said it's like a statement from Dani de la Rosanaya, but I'm not going to bring it forth today. I actually want to try to verify the information, like the journal, like the article, like reporter. But basically, like the statement was saying something like there are three additional people that are really being looked into that were present. So I guess to me they were talking about like the three people watching the attack on Shanquella. So to me, if that actually is like the statement from Dani de la Rosanaya, then it's saying like three additional people were in the room, which we already would know would probably be like Khalil and then Malik and then Winter. But then of course that would make that someone else would be out, which would be Elise, right? So that's something I would have to like verify, but it is from like an official news source from Mexico. So it might be, but I need to actually check into that. But yeah, I do believe that after all this time, people do believe that Nazir was still there, even though he posted this information. But like Tanya said, since people said it wasn't a real ticket, so now a lot of people are still now believe that this is a fake ticket that was posted, fake information that was posted. So now they don't believe that this is his ticket, so that he still was there. Now, what I can do is try to call Ivan again to see if he'll give me information about the pool service on the website. I don't know if he will actually answer, but I can try. Hey, Lisa.
Hi, Lisa.
Hi, Dani. How you doing? Good
All
afternoon,
right.
everyone. Hey, my dear, I just wanted to let you know that there is breaking news about the Shanquella case. Joe Bruno just posted about their attorney, Sue Ann Robinson, and there is a march that is going to be scheduled this Friday in Washington, D.C. So I wanted you to check that out since you are live.
Oh yeah, I have that information. I haven't posted it yet, but I have it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Sue Ann Robinson. Then they had their attorney, Ben Crump, and Quilla Long, the mom, on the flyer. I actually was planning on posting it at the end of this live and also sending out an email on it. Um, Girl, you had me. I was like, oh, I'm happy about this March now. Don't get me wrong, but girl, I was thinking of something else.
No,
Child, I was like, hold up, girl. I
mommy,
thought it was
mommy, I keep telling you, Donnie, you got the wrong impression about me. You need to get to know
no.
me.
I thought it was gonna be somebody arrested or something like more,
Oh, okay.
Now I'm
No,
happy about this.
no.
I'm happy about what you just said. I'm happy that they're doing this and they're like meeting in, like, I think it said Pennsylvania or whatever. I mean, not Pennsylvania, but Pennsylvania Avenue.
Hmm.
Um,
And those are the civil rights attorneys that are gathering together.
yeah, I have it. So I'll post it right now since you brought it up. But child, when you said good news, I was like, ooh,
Well, it's a little step,
yeah,
at least it's something moving
yeah, I
forward. We're
know,
getting closer to DC. So that's where I think everything should be focused on at this point.
yeah.
So, but no,
That's,
that's all I wanted to say. So I'm gonna drop down back to the shot.
but here's what she's talking about right here. Stand with the family of Shanquella Robinson, March 3rd, 2023. So 2 days from now, it says Salamandria Robinson, Quilla Long, Benjamin Crump. And people kept on putting out they don't have a lawyer. And I told you I had made a video on Sue Ann Robinson, who said she was a alleged lawyer. Right. And then she works with Benjamin Crump. So Benjamin Crump, Sue Ann Robinson, Tamika D. Mallory, Angelo Pinto, and then I don't know who that last name, Acusio Ally Ali. Okay, it says so Ali, Acusio Ali, kind of like Muhammad Ali, and then it says 10:38 a.m. and it says it's gonna be in Washington D.C. 633 Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest, floor 2, Washington D.C. So that's the information. And on the left hand side says Justice for Shanquella. This is kind of like last minute, but it might have been something like they're like adding on to another event. But yeah, this is in Washington D.C. If you can make it out, you can make it out. I'll be sending out an email on that as well after the live. Thanks for reminding me, because I probably would not. I was saving it, but I was actually planning on saving it towards the end of the live. But to be honest, since the live has went on longer, I probably would have forgot. So thank you for reminding me, Lisa.
You're
Okay, I think she
welcome.
dropped. Okay.
You're welcome.
So let me go ahead
I
and
just
try to
need
call
it.
Ivan and see if we can see if someone's like the pool service question. But I don't know if he will answer. Okay, I don't know, because some people are not answering me. Like even Nazir, I asked him another question, he didn't answer me, right? So, well, he did say he watched my video. Well, he said the other one, but I don't know. So let's see. And that video wasn't 100% favorable towards him, by the way. I still keep my same opinion of him being negligent and possibly be sued. Okay, so let's see. Ivan.
Hola.
Hola, Ivan.
Yes.
Okay. Do y'all have pool service?
I'm sorry?
Do you have pool service that someone comes out every day to clean the pool?
Pool service.
Yes.
At the Villa Sirena?
At any villa, do you have pool service or people come out and clean the pool?
Yes, we have, but it's not every day. It's 2 or 3 times per day, depends on the villa. 3 or 3 times per week.
Okay, so 2 to 3 times per week, someone cleans the pool at the villas. And is that morning, noon, or night?
Oh, I'm sorry. Now, you have the lady from the Señorita Shanquella, right?
See.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I can say I can answer nothing. You need to contact customer service because I get the I was in trouble when you put this call in your YouTube channel or something.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Anything you need to contact customer service.
Yeah, that's why I didn't call back because I didn't want to get you in trouble. So I won't call back because I don't want to get you in trouble. That's why I tell people, I say I'm not gonna call him back because I don't want to get him in trouble. I know he wants to be helpful, but he cannot really talk. So yeah,
I get a little in trouble. So the only thing I can do is recommend you talk to customer service, or some of the information that we have is or you need. We have it on our website.
but here's a question. Why is it an issue for general questions? Like a general question would be for the pool, like you have a pool service, it's on the website, but on the website it says pool service, but it doesn't say like how often the pool service is done. So that's not a question that will be where you're being like specific and telling us information. It's just talking about general question, right?
Yes.
So I
try to do that, but they request to me don't get involved, so pass the phone call to our customer service, because yes, that's general information, like, but it's some information that also is available on the website. It's a lot of information we have on the website. I know it's more easy when you ask and we know the information and we answer, but it's something that my company requests, talking about the situation. Just request to you talk to customer service about the any more information you need. But I'm sorry, the pool service is 2-3 times per day per week, and change in any villa, because depends of the how they work with each villa, and they don't have a time. So it's like okay, the company is gonna show up Sunday, no, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and they show up like at in the morning, or at noon, or at 4 p.m.
Okay, well, I'll get out the call because I don't want to get you in trouble, okay?
Thank you so much.
All right, bye.
And I hope everything get clear for all of you, okay?
All right.
The family.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Gracias. Bye.
Bye. Yeah, I told you I didn't want to call him back because I don't want to get him in trouble, y'all. So yeah, So anybody else have questions, I'm going to be calling him back, okay? All right. That's why I said before I was going to call him back. But
Danny, but you hear, but from what I got from what he said it's like 3 times a week. So, well, no, one of the days is on a Friday, and they come 3 times a day.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah, he said 3 times a day. So my thing is it's not necessarily specific time, but normally in the evening it's about 4, but it's not a specific time. But 3 days a week they come 3 times a day. So
he messed up on 3 times a day. He corrected himself.
Oh, okay,
He
okay.
corrected himself and said 2 to 3 times a week, but he doesn't know. Like it varies depending on the bill. It varies on what time of day they come.
Okay.
Yeah, but Shell was like, "Hey, he," and you notice he said he got in trouble. He still gave more information after that. I'm like, "Okay, Ivan, now I'm trying to get out the phone, but you still trying to talk."
Yeah, he was trying to give it to you on the low, sort of, kind of like, all right, yeah. So he's still trying to give it to you on the low, but I think that was good information, though, that they do come out and they come out in the evening, 3 times a week. So, who's to say that wasn't a pool person? I mean, I guess he wouldn't be there that late too, but anyway, long story short, I don't know if it was a person or not. It kind of sort of looked like it was someone out there. But it was the exact time that they're taking a toast. Everybody's at the table taking a toast, and it was his birthday as well. I'm thinking, well, everybody's taking a toast, then you're at the pool. That doesn't really jive in my mind either. Like,
But see, that also makes sense that if they're at the villa and they just arrived that day, right? It would also make sense that if they had just like they were eating, it could be possible that someone came to the pool, like they have pool service that comes out. And also it's possible that the chef brought on people. Listen to Ivan said before, he said the chef brings people to help with the meal. So then there's other people that could be there as well. Now, I've not seen the picture. Now, is the picture like of somebody, a real person, or is it like objects again or something like that? I don't know. I haven't seen it, but we have to keep in mind that so far Ivan has shown that there's a pool service person that does come out at least 2 to 3 times a week. And most likely it could actually change depending on like in between guests, right? They might actually come out. Also keep in mind that there's a chef, and then the chef brings a bartender and a hostess with them per Ivan, right? So yeah, there's that so basically we should expect there to be more people. Now if you actually showed me someone that's probably black, it might be different. But if you're actually showing someone that could be possibly like from Mexico, then that might be something completely different too.
Right, and also think about this is that like if the chef and is bringing other service workers, because I would imagine he would, because he can't cook and serve at the same time. But besides that, if he's bringing other people and then they're already sitting down to eat, that service worker wouldn't be sitting down to eat too. Maybe they would go into a separate area, possibly by the pool that does have a chair, just as wait until they're finished eating, and then they get back up to go, finish, do what they need to do. I mean, that's also possible too. What do you think about that?
I just believe that whoever is there came with like the help with the villa.
Okay, thanks.
I don't think it's anybody that came on the trip with them, because to me, that information will be already out that there were other people, because we keep on saying Cabo 6, Cabo 6, Cabo 6, that there was another person that would already be out there through somebody. Because think about it, they said they were over there fighting in Mexico, right? And then people put out they put out who all was on the trip. Like if there was another person, that person would have been blasted and put out too. Like there's no way that somebody can be on that trip and Cabo 6, Cabo 6, Cabo 6, and there's not a 7 person. That person will be added to the docket too. Like people, I don't really think that, right? Like think about it, they put out everybody that came on the trip. What made it so that the 7 person was so lucky not to be included, to be added to the Cabo 6? Even Nazir was added. He came a day later. So why wouldn't that person be added? They came the same day. So they're going to get scotch free, and everybody else is going to be added to the whole blasting.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So what about that person? Nazir was added, Malik, Khalil, Winter. We all know the whole lineup. But now the 7th person that's on the trip, they got away and their information wasn't put out about them being on the trip or any pictures or anything. So I don't know. So what's people's explanation for why the 7th person wasn't blasted or put out? Right. Why wasn't they added to the Cabo 6 or the posted by Gerald Jackson as being a part of the trip?
That's very true. Yeah, Gerald Jackson would have got that and put it out when he did when he listed everyone else. Like, my thing is that, remember, he said, well, he stated that the news wouldn't give the names, so he did the research and he got the names. So I wouldn't, if it was like, take for instance, if there was like a Joya there, then if somebody's giving them all the information, why would they skip Joya's name?
Exactly. And then don't forget, Nazir, he at any point he could have actually said that there was somebody else on the trip too. And remember, like, where is this person supposed to be? Like, even like, where's you guys now? If you actually think about Joya, she's very like a person that loves the camera, loves the spotlight, loves attention. You actually think that she would actually be on the trip, and then she actually wouldn't be like with like Winter and Dejanay, like doing the push-ups or loud and showing her presence during the drinking game, taking pictures and everything else. Like, she actually will be in people's footage, just child. You know what I mean? She seems like a person that's outgoing, not like an introvert person. So to me, she would actually have made her presence would have been known if she were actually in that room or on that trip. And she definitely would have been posting like pictures and everything else. Think about it. How you can see how Joya is when she went to Cancun with Dejanay and Winter. Look at what happened. She took a lot of pictures and videos. You see all the stuff she posts has on her timeline, child. It would be a lot more pictures and videos out if Joya was on that trip.
Right. She's just she's everything, like all the pictures that everybody's seen, it's been from Joya, of previous things. So she's like that picture person. Like, she posts everything.
Yes, exactly. So nobody gonna tell me Joya, Miss Camera person, Miss Photo Op it was on that trip. Now, throw out another name, but don't throw out somebody. It's like some family members I have, like, they take a picture every second. Like, child, you can't say they was somewhere because it would have to be proof, because they would take a bunch of pictures and videos. But yeah, she's the type that would not only take a picture of herself for selfies, but she'll also take pictures of other people to show what's going on around her, like in the pool, everywhere, child. So take Joya off the table on that. Be on that trip as a 7th person. Now, who else y'all got? Make sure it's somebody shy and somebody like an introvert, somebody that don't really pose and ain't really like into cameras. Thank you for the super sticker, Doris. Thank you for supporting the channel. Yes, Auntie, yeah, thank you for supporting the channel. And everybody else, just hit the like button. Yeah, and Cabo Villas, look. Stop watching my channel. I know y'all watch my channel because especially the videos where I put y'all name. Ivan is just answering general questions. You cannot fire somebody for answering general questions, because general questions could be answered by anybody. It's just a general question, it's not specific questions. Anybody should be able to answer, like, about pool service and what day, how many days a week or whatever. That's general questions. Specific questions is trying to give me specific information about the case. Okay, child. So don't be trying to fire somebody for general questions. Y'all know y'all can't do that. Okay. All right. Now quit watching my videos. All y'all quit watching my videos. Okay. Everybody hit the like button, and yeah.
Thanks, Dani. I'm going to go ahead and drop down to the chat now.
All right. Thanks for coming up.
All right. Thank you. Have a good one. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Same to you. Lisa, are you still there?
Yes, Mom.
Okay. So I guess people want me to call the airport, and to be honest, I don't have enough energy right now to be on the phone with the airport. Ivan, I already had, I'm already familiar with, and I talked to him for like 3 hours before. That's different. It's more conversational. The other people, I need to be on top of my game. I need to be able to think ahead of what questions I would ask just in case they don't want to give me any information, so I can try to get around it. However, y'all already know, once I call after I eat something and whatever else, I will record the call and see if I can get this information. If I cannot get the information, then I'm pretty much going to move on from that, because Nazir obviously got there the next day, and if I cannot prove it, then I'm sorry, I cannot prove it further than what has already been shown with his flight information, Hunty. But I will try to get more than what was already posted, but I don't know if I can or not. I'll see. All right, thank you, Doris. Thank you again for the super sticker. Hey, Stephanie. She says we are being fed parts and pieces of the video. Maybe there are more video, but we can only go by really what we have seen so far. Okay, this is the last call for the panel. So you're gonna call the panel. This is the last call for that. Okay, let's see. The government tracks your information every day, and it also sells your information no matter what you're doing. There is a lot of things that can be tracked through this whole thing. That's why I said, if you accuse someone of lying, make sure, for everyone that's thinking that he was there already, like thinks he was already there, realize that if he is lying, he's still going to be found out, because there's so many ways to track his steps from the time he left North Carolina all the way to Kabul. There's ways to track his steps, so he won't be able to get away with it. Okay, so you can rest knowing that. Okay, I know who researched the tickets, but I'm not going to call other content creators names unless Dani okay it. Yeah, I don't know who researched it, and I also don't know how they researched it or how they verified the information. And all I can say is I will look into it and see if I can find out. However, like I said, I'm not going to make it a top priority, because to me, it has already been proven that he was not there based on everything that I've looked at and everything that I have viewed and seen. Also his, you have to actually listen to people's language when they're describing something, their pronouns, what knowledge they have, everything else. And in his video, when he's describing or explaining everything, it's not from like a first person experience of someone being there to witness Shanquella being attacked. It's not first person. The vocabulary he uses is actually, a lot of times he's saying, he's saying like, they told me. He wouldn't have to say they told me about the maid. They told me the maid found her in the bathroom. He would actually say, the maid told us that Shanquella is in the bathroom. His wording would be different. And people use this all the time. Like, when people like a parent will report their child missing, right? They report their child missing, and then somebody will pay attention to the wording used by the parents. And sometimes when the parent is talking, they refer to their child as past tense. And wait, if your child is just missing, why are you saying past tense, like as if they are already unalive, right? And usually what they find out is when parents do that is because they already have done something to their children, or they already have knowledge that their children is already deceased. So when they're talking in front of people and giving a speech or saying, oh, well, my child, and they're talking about their child, it's in past tense. So I pay attention to wording, and when he says something, it's not firsthand knowledge of an account. It's like second person, or like it's hearsay, third person. Not third person, but it's hearsay. If he had knowledge, he'll be more of first person experience. He will say, that morning something happened, or he will actually have knowledge of more of what happened to Shanquella early in the morning. When his video, and then you also pay attention to when someone's telling their story, when does their story start? And when he's telling his story in that video, his story starts at his arrival. And then anything that happened before his arrival, he says, they said, or they told me. So that shows me that his story starts at his arrival to the villa. And then everything that happened before his arrival, he uses the word they told me. So I listened to his whole video, and I listened to they, us, we, I, any of those things, any pronouns, anything. I listened to any descriptions, and then how he described things. And it has to be, I placed it at what time that would likely to be known. And everything he said in that video was only like, he knew a lot about like his arrival, his time, and everything else, but he didn't know anything about like the night before, like any meals or anything. Like he didn't know any knowledge of the attack itself or anything else he would be able to give us. So that told me he was left out of that right. So that's why I said that I listened to that. So go ahead and listen to Nazir the videos again as your homework. I'm giving y'all homework, y'all. And listen to anything in his video that actually prove that he had knowledge of something at that time. Now, some people did mention something else, but what they mentioned was something hypothetical. He was saying some hypothetical things, and that's like, if I were there, if I were present, I would have done this. And he said, y'all didn't tell me y'all were over there jumping that girl or something else. It's something that that's all like stuff he knew after. So a lot of stuff in his videos, he's talking about things he found out after, like along with everybody else out here. Like, it's not saying that he knew that ahead of time, but people are taking that out of context. Okay. So let me drop the link again and go through some comments, and then this live will end because I've been on here long enough. Let's see. Well, thanks to Lisa and Shell. Thank you for coming up on the panel. I enjoyed your company. And as well as Tanya, thank you for coming up as well. And as far as Tanya, she's very, I heard like she's very passionate about this. And sometimes passion can be viewed as anger because you're very passionate about something. And that's why I try not to see everything as anger when someone is speaking loudly or in a certain way. People are saying is because sometimes it's actually passion, and like, yeah, like this is actually a case that would actually make someone really passionate because you really want justice for Shanquella, and you want all responsible to be held accountable, and your emotions can get high, and some people express that in a different way than others do. Okay, so I took it as more as passion from how she was speaking. Okay. Thank you for modding for me, Stephanie. The government tracks your information every day. Okay, I read that. Yes, you're way behind. Why would Nazir come a day late and not arrive with his people along with Shanquella? Now, that's something that he would have to answer. I don't know why he would come a day late. Some people mentioned that he had a death in the family, and that's why he came late. Hey, Mama J. Now, I did try to ask him another question, but I don't think the question was something that I should have asked because it was more about the flight things. I should have probably asked a different kind of question because that came across a little differently. But I was trying to get that information because some people wanted that information about flight stuff, right? If Nazir wasn't there the day before, I believe he was there hours ahead of time. Based on the timeline, the possible estimate I had came up with was 1:40 p.m. Mountain Time, which is 2-hour time difference from Charlotte, which I think is why he was confused on his timing. The airline that the person called was told by the airline that it was a buddy pass. Okay, well, you can message me on IG or who the person is so I can see who. But buddy pass or not, he still would have to have his identification card and his passport information in order for him to take the flight. And who knows, maybe somebody did actually help him. I don't know. I haven't verified this information. I said I'll look into it. Okay, and what if he used a buddy pass and he had and he got there out and it was a buddy pass? He still would have to have his name on it, his name on the information. He also would have to have his ID and passport in order to travel. You can't like have a buddy pass and then their name stays on it and then your name never is involved. So what would that change anything? If he has a flight, he has a flight. It doesn't matter if it was a buddy pass or his own, if he paid for it or not. That called The Winter's Mother was funny. Yeah. Yeah, she was talking about giving a sermon child. Is someone there? Wait, who? I thought I had a good text message, but now that's something else. Who brought a pool worker? They come at night. I know a lot from NC called, but I don't know which one he called. I would look into it and check around and see. Now, when I would do it, I don't know. Maybe today, I don't know, because I actually have a list of things I need to do. I guess you don't. I would say that it's not really a top part. It's not at the top of my list. I added to my list, but it's not the top. I guess you don't think you can't pull information from a different site, which is crazy. She acknowledged the wall fixture was a common fixture at the villa. I believe he was there the whole effing time, listened closely to his live. I listened closely and I just explained. I don't know if you're still here, but I listened closely and I listened to language and verbiage, and the words he used were not someone there at the time, firsthand knowledge, experience. This is a high profile case. Show Nazir boarding the plane at the time he said, then we will believe him. I don't know who was there or when, other than those in videos. Me posting anything about Nazir will actually be only to show other people that he wasn't there. But as far as me, I already, based on a lot of other things, I don't believe he was there. So to be honest, I thought we were already past that point. The truth will come out, yeah. But some people don't think we're past that point, but I thought we were. So like I said, I added to my list. Hi, Dani. Thank you for your information. I like your channel. I already read that. I don't think Nazir was there when the attack occurred. I don't either. His boarding pass that he posted matches with the flight information. So he was on the plane. He boarded the plane. He has his boarding pass. It had already been scanned. He was on that flight. So that's why he wasn't there. This could be simply a paid speaking engagement for Crump. Crump actually, like, a lot of times Crump joins in on something when it's like national or high profile, and he sees at the end of the rainbow there's going to be, to be honest, a payout, because that's what he usually joins in on. And he uses like more of a like towards civil things, like suing and everything like that. Has anyone called to see if Nazir was on any flights to Kabul on Friday, October 28th versus Saturday, October 29th? That would actually say, oh, he flew out on October 28th and then he went back to Charlotte or United States, in Dallas or whatever, then he flew back. If you already see his flight information for for that Saturday, then that means that that was for Saturday when he landed in Cabo. I don't see the point of seeing for October 28th. But I understand, like, if people want information, then they'll say, well, check both dates. Pump me up and let me down. Jazz TV I watched an attempt was made. American Airlines will not disclose. Most likely they won't disclose. That's why I said most likely they call someone else. They didn't call American Airlines. Maybe they called DFW, Texas. Yes, Justice for Shanquella Robinson. Sounds like I haven't got a write-up. Nah, I doubt you got any write-up or anything. I'm sure they just said, just like everybody else, don't talk to anybody. I ain't gonna be sitting next to Jaguar if he keep talking. To be honest, look at this. Ivan does not take what was said to him seriously all the way, because once he said that, I was already getting out the phone, but he still stayed on the phone talking and giving more information. I had to actually end it because he was already ready to talk some more. Y'all ain't hear that? I did. He was ready to talk some more. I ended it. I'm the one who ended the call. Yeah. So he was still talking and giving more information after he said that. So to me, it's more of that they told him don't talk or give any information, just refer them to customer service. And let's be honest, Cabo Villas took this off their website, right? They took this off their website, so they already know that nobody really has their phone number. Let's be honest. I have it because before they took it off their website, I already screen recorded it. Ooh. So that's how I have the information for all the people. I already had downloaded all the whole list of people. So I already know I'm most likely the only one probably calling. Well, the concierge, should I say. I even said, ma'am, I'm not doing this again, child. But he kept on talking. He kept on talking. I had to get off. I had to say, stop it. I had to stop the call. But yeah, I already figured I wasn't even going to call back because I didn't want to get him in trouble and that he would already start seeing that he would be already silenced. And that's been a long time ago. I never called back since. But I figured he would start being like a robot like everybody else saying customer service. But catch this. Y'all didn't catch this. He was answering questions at first because it's like a general questions, right? But once he realized who I was, that's when he stopped. To me, whenever you call any company, you should be able to get a general question asked. So maybe next time I just call Cabo Villas like I did before. Their customer service and just ask general questions. And they answer some too, but then they didn't want to. I'm like, so all of a sudden something happens to somebody in Mexico and now y'all can't answer general questions? General questions don't hurt nobody. Right? That's like calling any McDonald's and say, do y'all serve a Big Mac? And they say, oh, I can't tell you that information. Like, what? Or I call so and I say, what days do y'all have y'all specials? And they say, oh, we can't answer that. That's a general question. It's harmless because it's something that's general to all villas. It's not something that's specific to this case. But they understand, they know that some things can be like, they don't want people to have any information, even if it's general, because they don't want people to know timelines and time frames of certain things that they can piece together. Are they going to stop answering all general questions from all their customers because they're afraid of someone using the information to piece together something? He may be under phone surveillance, so he has to speak swiftly. No, he's not under phone surveillance. Dani, you are awesome on your researches. Thank you. Fire. Yes, cover up to protect the doctor and their corruption. I doubt the doctor will risk her job. You know, that doctor just graduated in 2020 after years. If you actually been in school for a long time, trust me, you're not gonna jeopardize all your years of education for some strangers from the United States. Child. So I surely doubt that the doctor was in on any cover up to jeopardize her job and on years of education to be a surgeon. For what? Definitely not for $150. You think somebody with years of education will say, "Oh yeah, I jeopardize my whole thing for $150"? Job and education, career, a name, reputation. Yes, that's my how you can support my channel, and you can also support my channel by just hitting the like button. Y'all, sorry I'm at work. Y'all, shall see you on our other channel. Love you. Thank you for coming up, Tanya. Was the dad's Maid statement before or after Dani's video? How would the how would the dad know anything about the maid? The dad talked about Elizabeth from the dad talked about Elizabeth from the funeral home. How would he know anything about the maid? If you know some of the airline, they can move up your flight to an earlier flight. Have to go back to work. Even if someone moved your ticket or your time or changed your time to any flight, all of that information will still be registered or documented. So if someone changed your time, it would still be in the system as your new time. So there's no way to hide that information. Now, some information airlines deem to be personal and private, and they won't disclose that information to just anybody. However, the FBI, who's investigating, and the Mexican officials who's investigating will be able to get the official information. So it's still something that somebody wouldn't be able to get away with. Now, we on YouTube and us on YouTube, we can't get information, but the FBI can get information. I don't know what this is referring to. Unless Joya Pictures was intentionally left off if they were on a flight together but want to hide when Nazir arrived. Joya is a person. Once if Joya was on the trip or anything to do with this trip, if she was on the trip, she would actually be on. She would actually have pictures of her there with everybody else in the card game or in something. She would actually have posted to her social media. She's a picture person. If you know a picture person, just like when she went to Cancun, she has videos and pictures of them in the pool, in the bathroom. She's a person that's like always taking a picture. So if she was there, we will actually have more videos and pictures than we already have because that's what type of person she is. Dani, keep doing what you're doing. Love it. Thank you. GJ hasn't done anything. Gerald Jackson hasn't done anything else for the family or update situation anymore since he was the first to bring it to the tube. Has he fallen off the map too? I haven't heard from him since. Well, some people don't feel like there's any updates, so then there's no point of coming to the mic if there's no updates. And some people actually update like on different things. Like right now, there's an upcoming event, so then some people will update on that. Now, sometimes there are updates, but some people don't really consider everything to be an update. They just consider like, well, if there's an arrest. Now, if Dejane is arrested, then everybody will be reporting on it. But like the small things in between, some people might not report on it. It depends on the different channels and how they run their channel and what they feel like is a significant update or something that's not always a significant update, right? If other people were there, they wouldn't tell. Trust me, if you were on a trip and everybody kept on saying Cabo 6, Cabo 6, Cabo 6, Cabo 6, people are calling your job and this and that, you definitely would let it be known that there is a Cabo 7. And if everybody went on a trip and all their names are put out, then trust me, there was another person that their name would be put out too. They would not be protected. There was no reason for anybody from day one to protect anybody that went on a trip. whoever was on the trip, their information was put out. There's a link for anyone who wants to join. Now, I do believe that other people were there probably at the villa, but they were all workers. Workers to make sure that they had a great experience at the villa their first day there, at least to check them in. The concierge has to check them in. There's the chef that will actually cook the meal, and then there's the bartender, like the drinks, and then there's also sometimes the hostess. Our host, it can be male, female, it doesn't really specifically say. I think she died in the morning because Dejanay was beating her in the morning because she had her PJs and bonnet on. Yeah, some people believe that, Lewis, that she died in the morning. I don't think so, because just because somebody has outlet fixation, it doesn't mean they will die within 15 minutes. Some people actually survive it longer than that, and some people actually don't die from it at all. That photo of DJ has been cropped. What photo? How can he? Oh, you're talking about that in the video? I know some people have photoshopped it, like the face on some of them, and then some people actually crop the photo so it's not the full. That's actually in a video I'm playing. I'm not actually posting the full video photo. How can he claim to be there on the back end yet say this is something bigger than y'all think? To me, that statement I said before is bigger than we think, is because everybody at the time was accusing him of being there. Everybody was accusing him of being there already, and also being a part of the cover up, being there when Shanquella was being attacked, and everybody was like believing all that, and some people still do. And then also a lot of people at the time were saying that Shanquella was deceased or dead. So in the video he said Shanquella was not dead when I came, she was unresponsive. So when he said that this is something bigger than y'all think, I think it's because and then he also said that he walked in on a murder, like he said murder. He walked in on something stupid. He also called it he said the word murder twice. So that tells me that, to me, when he said something deeper, is that number one, Shanquella was alive. And number two, just unresponsive. Like some people said she was deceased. Number two is that they didn't tell him everything when he got there. And number three, he was called a murderer, right? So that's why I think that he said something bigger than we think, because everybody at the time, a lot of people were thinking completely different than what actually happened. So he was saying it's deeper. And on top of that, she actually was alive, and then her eyes, she was able to see, like her eyes were moving around. She was able to hear, and she was actually trying to, he said, get words out, like she was trying to talk. And even the doctor said she had poor verbal skills, like poor verbal. So she was trying to talk to Nazir and the doctor. And to be honest, so it's deeper than everyone thinks. And trust me, if I walked in to somebody that said alcohol poisoning, they had a bust eye, bust a lip, and all this stuff, and then on top of that, the person, their eyes are moving around. They appear that they can hear, or like hear what I'm talking, but then, because like if someone is trying to get words out, that means they're trying to communicate. And then he might say something, and then she'll try to like say something back, right? So to me, that's kind of scary, because if someone is their eyes are moving around and they're trying to talk to me, but they can't get any words out, that's creepy. And then later on, you also find out with everybody else, like you see the video of her being brutally attacked, and then you realize, oh my gosh, I walked in on something like stupid and murder. So I believe when he says deeper than we think, is because this, like, it's a lot to it. It's way more to it. And if you actually think about it, this whole thing is a lot to it. It's a lot of moving parts and pieces. I don't think it was something like that he knew like about the actual attack. I don't know why people keep on thinking that he was there, as if the Cabo 5 would not actually say he was there, or someone will actually come out and say he was there. There have been Winter's mom had the opportunity to say something. Who else? I don't think anybody else. But anyways, there's people that had plenty of opportunity to come out or even spread a word or message that Nazir was actually there doing a brutal attack of Shanquella. That could have actually been put out. I mean, to be honest, like, if I knew Nazir was there doing a brutal attack and I was a Cabo 5 and he kept on saying they murdered her, they jumped her, they did all this, and I knew his ass was in the room with us, right? I'd be like putting on the internet somewhere that Nazir was there. Like, y'all really think that if somebody was in the room with you and they're part of a cover up and they're online saying they're innocent, they make a video saying they're innocent, they're like, they jumped that girl, they murdered her, they did this, they did that, and you're not gonna call that person out, child? All the Cabo 5 would at least call him out by now. Him saying he innocent and then he was actually in the room with them, child, they would have called him out. I want to see the video he made by the pool at 4:30. I am curious about the time since he said he never left her side. I did ask about the video, but I don't think he's actually gonna post it. I don't think, hey, Jessica, I don't think that he is. I think he is more concerned that he could get sued and everything else. And to be honest, I would actually be concerned about me being set up by everybody because I'm the last person with the person, like before the doctor arrived. Y'all are overlooking everything that has been proven. Nazir said it's deeper than you think. People were hiding in the videos, eight place settings. I already went over that. Yeah, and like I said, he said that at a time when everybody was accusing him or saying that Shanquella was deceased and he was carrying her around while she was deceased, rubbing her head while she was deceased. And he saw when he got there that she was actually alive and but unresponsive, paralyzed from the neck down. Her eyes were still moving and she was trying to talk to him. So that's deeper than what people thought. It's way deeper than what people think. A lot of people were saying something completely opposite than what I'm saying now, and that's why, to me, he said it's deeper, because some people are only thinking about other things, and to me, it is a lot deeper than what people think. And to me, I believe that it is more of a setup. It was more like to set him up, because everybody knows that when you are a part of like a murder or a crime or anything else, or should I say, when people are investigating a murder or a crime, they always say, who's the last person that was seen with this person? And right. And then it will be him, the last person that was seen with her. Right. So that's the setup. Someone can easily say that she was still alive and then she was in the game room along with Nazir, and then Nazir must have did something to her. But we don't know what the maid said before there, because we have not seen an official statement from the maid. So whatever the maid said, it could be something that helped clear his name or not. We don't know, but it's looking like a setup a little bit. That true regarding the passion it made for a lively discussion. Yeah. No notification. Yeah, I figured that some people didn't get a notification. So for the people out there that believe he was there, if a phone call, if information was posted from a phone call, would y'all actually believe that he was still there from airline tickets, or would y'all still say, hey, well, maybe it's still something else? What would y'all make y'all believe? Because somebody already did phone calls before and people didn't believe that those phone calls were authentic. So to me, even if I made phone calls and recorded it and posted it, some people will still believe that he was there. No notifications, already read that. Yeah, Danny, but that's Mexico. He can be fired for anything. I doubt it. If he could be fired, he would already be fired, because that phone call was 3 hours long. He was getting a lot of information. He was not scared enough to not hang up. If you actually listen, he actually kind of chuckled pay attention, he actually would chuckle. And then when I was about to get off the phone, he still kept answering the question. So if he was somebody that was real petrified, like terrified, petrified of this whole thing, he actually would have hung up immediately. He didn't. So most likely they told him, hey, if somebody calls, make sure you just refer them to customer service. I don't have IG. Well, I also have Twitter. Well, most likely I really won't need the information, but do they work for airline or not? I don't know. To me, that's actually risky, because if somebody actually works for airline, then they don't want their, a lot of times with those kind of companies, they already have like information of who accessed this or that. It's hard for me to believe that he had no knowledge of the fight until the video went viral and the family knew before Khalil them came to visit. I'm not saying, when I say firsthand knowledge, I'm saying that he was not there when Shanquella was being beaten. So when I say firsthand knowledge, he was not in the room or at the villa when she was being beaten. So he doesn't have firsthand knowledge of that, of what's happening. However, is it possible, since he is in that crew and in that whole thing, that rumors were spreading and he didn't get to hear a rumor? Yeah, I'm saying that when he arrived to the villa, he had no knowledge of the a brutal attack, and also when he wasn't there for the attack. Okay, so I want to make sure that's clear. When I mean firsthand knowledge, I mean that he wasn't in the room himself when the attack occurred, so he can't speak from a first person's perspective. When he speaks, it's not like I saw Dejanay do this and Dejanay did this and the maid told me this and the maid told us this. Pay attention to the word. The maid told us that Shanquella is in the bathroom, compared to I was told that the maid found her in the bathroom. Pay attention to the wording. Everything that happened before he arrived is, he's saying day, or I was told. It's not something that he was told himself. He's saying like what he was told, like hearsay. And then everything that he knows about or can answer more directly is at the time when he said he arrived. Like the time he arrived till then, or the time he was on his way in some message or talk conversation. Okay. So again, pay attention to when you watch this video. What is he saying in the video that shows that he was actually there during a brutal attack? Nothing really. I don't know. I don't have an opinion about his arrival. People were just implying that others, didn't do homework. I don't think he was there during the attack either. Okay, if someone called the airline, then when they already, so if somebody already called the airline, then that means that they should already have the answer. So I'm confused on that. So if someone already called the airline and they already verified the information, what did they verify and what did they pull? What were their results? Sarah will talk. So there's no need for me to call if someone has already verified ticket information. So let me know who. Are you saying that it's somebody just talking about a buddy pass? I don't know what. If he was not seen in the videos, what was the purpose of him speaking out? He was been accused. He was being accused by being there in the room. So you have to go back, but at the beginning, everybody was accusing him of, and even now people are accusing him of being in the room. So that's why he spoke out. So yeah, he was responding to accusations and allegations. Yeah, hit the like button. The airline would not provide that type of information. To me, it depends on, I don't think American Airlines will provide the information, but maybe like the actual airport itself might actually provide it, right? There's probably different ways. I'll try different ways and see, but I do know LA from the NC got some information, so he was able to get information somewhere. So I'll message him and see where he called. We'll see if Ivan is knocking on your door Friday with a pole over his shoulder with a bag of clothes attached. Ciao. Yes, definitely keep her name alive. Dani, you are doing great work keeping pressure on. In this case, we refuse to forget her. When somebody, okay, money is money, like $150, and you're still saying what you're doing is still like it's still the same to me. It's not, someone's not gonna if you have years of education, you went through a lot to get your degree, you're not gonna sacrifice that for a small amount of money. That's not a lot of money to sacrifice your whole thing, especially for strangers. You have the Cabo Five, and why would she sacrifice her whole life, career, everything? She has her husband, everything else, like all her goals. Why would she sacrifice that for a measly amount of money? Elizabeth seemed to be very honest and helpful. Yes, she was. Right, he would need all that he needs to travel. The buddy pass is based on availability of seats. Yeah, so even if he used a buddy pass, he still the ticket will still be in his name. He still have to have the ticket in his name and all the information in his name because he's the one traveling. Nobody, they're gonna let somebody travel with the buddy pass, and all of a sudden now they don't have to follow any other rules of identifying themselves. So that's still, to me, that I don't really see the point of mentioning. What's the point of mentioning he has a buddy pass when he still has to travel with his information still? Yes, this has already been reported that the Cabo 6 have been all questioned. That's how it's already been reported. It doesn't matter when he boards a flight. Whenever you board a flight, you have to still go through all the same procedures and protocols. You still have to have your ID. You still have to have your boarding pass. You still have to have all the same things. They have to every person on the flight has to be registered. So it doesn't matter if it's a buddy pass or not. I really don't see what's the whole point of bringing up the buddy pass when it's not like somebody said, "Oh, you can use the buddy pass now. You can just fly without being known. You can fly like anonymously. Nobody has to know who you are and what flight you took and what time you left." Now, every person that takes the flight is gonna be registered and documented. So there's no way somebody can like, oh, I have a buddy pass now. I can skip past all identifications and the whole process of traveling aboard with a passport and getting through customs and everything else. Nah. You still have to follow the same thing as everybody else. And how are they gonna let you through if your name ain't on it? How would he call? Why would he call alcohol poisoning murder? Which is it? He didn't say alcohol poisoning was murder. He's not the one that spread that is alcohol poisoning. The people that spread it was alcohol poisoning were the others, Cabo 5. He said that he was told it was alcohol poisoning. And then in his perception in the video, he kept saying, he said murder twice and jumped that girl or whatever else. So he didn't say that she died from alcohol poisoning. Nazir didn't say that. He said he said murder. He said when he got there, they probably said alcohol poisoning, but now he's calling the murder. Then the question, why do you think? Do you think the FBI have interviewed the Cabo 6? I already answered that one. Yes, this right here. What Dani is saying, Nazir was they was telling him alcohol poisoning, but he was saying something different. Yeah. His video is all over the place, but he basically was saying that he was told alcohol poisoning. But at the end of the video, he talks about what they did to Shanquella. And he called it a murder. Now, the good question will be, like, after all this and everything else, like, will he still consider this a murder as he's seen everything? I'm sure. I already answered that one. Like I said, I think that he says deeper than we think because people were saying that he was there when he wasn't there. People were saying that she was already dead when she was still alive. So to me, deeper than we think, because some people were thinking differently than what was true. And they were not really thinking like how somebody can be unresponsive and other things going on. And it is a lot deeper, especially if you think about atlas luxation and the signs and symptoms of it. Somebody with their eyes open, they can hear, but they cannot speak, and they're trying to talk to you. That's completely different from when people say, "Hey, no, she was deceased. She was rubbing you was rubbing her forehead, doing all this stuff, and she was already dead." And then from his perspective, no, she was actually still alive and had atlas luxation. And then y'all are saying that he was there and then he didn't take this flight, that flight, but then his flight tickets say that he arrived the next day when he said. And there's other things too. So everything he was saying, everybody's saying the opposite, like because they think that he's a liar. So then everything. And I was one of those people at first too, until I looked into more things and I realized that some things are telling the truth, and then also his language. But yeah, I have to get off here. I think I'm gonna make sure that since I said open chat, I'm gonna read a few more comments for the open chat, and then I'm gonna get off. Hey Dani, you showed a clip of Winter, and she does have a southern accent. However, the female who said why she not fighting did not sound like Winter. How about Lisa? I don't know what clip you're talking about. I only heard the two males speaking in the video. I didn't hear no female. Yes, I believe that he's worried about being charged at least with accessory after the fact or a potential civil lawsuit. To be honest, he did say he watched my, I don't know, he said he would check out my video. So I don't know if he watched that video, because if he did actually watch it, I actually mentioned that he could get sued and being negligent. Shoot, that video was honest. Him moving the body and doing all the other stuff. So he said he'll check it out. So most likely he checked it out. And after he checked it out, he wasn't answering no more of my questions. He didn't answer my last question right. Could that have been Elise Forge? Just a question. Do you think have any click on Elise talking? I don't think that was Elise. I actually don't. To be honest, early on, I didn't believe that Elise was in the room. However, I believe that she was a part of the cover up, because there's no way she can hear all that commotion and hear everything going on and not know what's going on in that villa. But I don't think Elise was actually in the room. It's easy to say what you will do until you are in a situation. I will say one thing: he's the only one who has spoken out. Yeah, people have to realize that too. He's the only one that has been on social media, like posting. He's the only one that has spoken out, like in like full like details of his like statement. He's the only one that's not really in hiding. Everybody else is in hiding. So not always the case, but a lot of times in this case right here, to me, everybody else is in hiding, complete like hiding from their social media. All their social media is down. Like they took down their like Facebook. Well, some people with Twitter are still up, but some are private. They're not posting, they're not talking, they're just completely hiding. And if Nazir was more involved and he was actually there at the time she was attacked, they would have made sure by now that it would be known that he was there. Y'all think that somebody they're gonna take all the heat and all the anger and all the witch hunt and then let Nazir get on here and accuse them of murder? Because that's what he did. He got on here and accused them of murder. Child, somebody get on here and accuse me of murder, and I know that they were there and participating in a part of the cover up, I would blast their ass. If he walked in on a murder, she was already gone. See, this is what I think is happening too. Some people are taking his words as if he's talking about at the moment. He said he walked in on something stupid on one part, and then another one he said there was a murder or whatever else. When he's talking about like from after. He's talking about his perspective from after knowing like certain things. So people are taking that as, and he walked in. Oh, I walked in and I walked in on them murdering her, like as if he actually walked in on them on the brutal attack. Like he walked into the room while Dejanay was brutally attacking Shanquella. I think there is something going on with Nazir is like Southern. He is out talking all over the place. He's bouncing from one thing to the next. And I think that people are misinterpreting his video. I understand it, but I think some people are misinterpreting his video. And when he talks about something, like from a hypothetical point, people take it as like, oh, he would like it's like actual truth or a fact. When he's talking about, it's kind of like, how can I give an example? Let me give an example of this. He didn't know about the brutal attack, but on Shanquella and what led to her death, allocation and femicide. However, when he made the video, he did know. Like he wasn't there, but by the time he made the video, he did know about it now. Okay, now he knows. So when he made the video, he said that, and he's thinking in his head, he's like, oh, I had walked in on a murder. So he's talking about like in that he's talking about like a past tense, like looking back. Yeah, he's like looking back. Yeah, so he's looking back. So I need y'all to understand on that part, he's looking back on some parts. And some people are taking it as like he was actually there, like in the room, and not as someone like looking back on the situation when they're talking. I don't know if I can give an example right now because I'm already exhausted from being on here too long. But most of the time I will put it as like, if I were not home when someone was killed, let's say someone was killed at my home and I wasn't here, and then people were covering it up in my home. They were covering it up, and then they were trying to keep it like a secret and everything else. They didn't tell me about it, and then I come into the house, and then they're like covering things up, and then later on, I can say, oh, I didn't even know I was walking in on something, or I walked in on a murder. And then people will say, oh my gosh, you were there. And I'm like, no, I walked in. It had already happened. It had already happened, but I walked in on a murder. It's like some kind of wording I would use. Not everybody would use it, but I walked in on a murder, or I walked in on a crime scene. I walked into something crazy. I walked into something scary. It doesn't mean that you were actually there. It means that you are explaining from like after it all happened, you're saying that what happened is you walked in on something. So everybody knows, like when you retelling a story, sometimes you say, I walked in on blah, blah, blah. And it doesn't always mean that you were actually there. I don't know how to put it, because to be honest, I'm all over the place. I might can explain it in a different video, but it's how he talks and the verbiage he's using, wording. But y'all are taking it as if he walked in and saw her getting beat, instead of him recalling a story or retelling a story and imagining or showing himself like retelling the story and showing how he walked in on something. Okay. Y'all are taking it literally instead of someone retelling a story or telling a story or recounting a story. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about him. He spoke out at least. Yeah. So I might have a better way of explaining it, but people are misinterpreting his video when he said he walked in on something. He actually, it's not literally walking in on the brutal attack. It's retelling the story and then saying that he had walked in on something. Take what they say, take what they are saying as a grain of salt. You don't know who is telling the truth. The first lie was alcohol poisoning. After that, nothing is credible. I don't take anyone's word as the truth. I only, like I said, I go by based on facts and receipts of what can back it. Just like when I saw reviews of Lucy the Maid, which this video started out about, I saw reviews that said the maid came in the afternoon typically, and usually I kept on saying Lucy and the reviews as the maid. So I didn't say, okay, yeah, that Lucy is the maid that was there. She came in the afternoon. No, I said that's what the review states. However, I then reached out to Gerardo Zuniga and I said, hey, the reviews are saying, or I said something, I don't know if I said the reviews, I said saying something about Lucy the Maid, how she comes at Villa Linda 32 in the afternoon. When you talk to Dani De La Rosa Naya, can you confirm this information? So I didn't actually take that as truth. I actually wanted to reach out to Gerardo Zuniga and see if he actually can get more confirmation from Dani De La Rosa Naya, who's actually in charge of the investigation and can actually look into things. And as far as Nazir, I didn't believe certain things he said until I pieced together number one, the signs and symptoms of atlasization. I saw his boarding information that matches with the flight on flightaware.com. His boarding pass matches with that information. His wording in the video, his verbiage is not showing that he was firsthand knowledge, like in the room when the actual attack happened, because he does not have any knowledge of what happened in the room. His account only comes from at a certain timestamp. And when he actually talks, he actually uses day and then day as a separation. There's other things I look into as well. And also on top of that, everything like with when I looked at the time of the flight tickets, and then I also tracked down, I know the address of the villa and the address from the airport to the villa. I tracked that down to see the estimated time. And by the time I did that, the time that he said, if you actually account for time zone, was actually dead on almost, besides maybe 15 minutes. Let me see. No, 14-minute difference. And I had said mine is an estimate, give or take. So then based on all this information, that's when I concluded that he was not there. So mine is not just about his word, because I was also of the impression, the first thing, that he was more involved. But now, months later, after looking through a lot of things, that's when I come to this conclusion that he was not there and he's less involved than we all might think. So I don't go by this word. Trust me, I don't. So in theory, do you believe the Cabo Six was trying to leave before Nazir got there and blame him for Shanquella unaliving, but do Maid found her that made them come back to the villa to plan the cover up? No, I don't believe that they were trying to leave before Nazir got there. But I do believe that they wanted somebody else to find her. And not, I don't believe that they wanted, they knew that a maid was coming, because the concierge already said that when they get there, they asked him about what time they like the maid. They'll tell them, like, I guess, what time the maid usually comes, and ask them if they want to actually adjust the time, because they can adjust the time. And most likely, they probably just kept the time of what time the maid comes. I don't know. I believe, just a speculation, which I know really whatever, I'm just answering the question. I believe that they already had a plan for cover up, but now they needed to set the plan in motion, and they already knew the maid was coming. So then they would just let the maid find her. So then they can act surprised, like, oh my gosh. Like, what's going on? Like, they can act surprised, and then they can just, and it can go from there. Now you're using, but there was no information on the flight out of Dallas to Cabo. Well, he already posted the one from Dallas to Cabo. But he said from Dallas to Cabo. But that's the thing. Have y'all ever thought that there's different flights you can take in different connects, right? So so y'all saying that y'all, so you're saying the flight out? So are y'all talking about how he got out of Cabo? Or are you talking about how he got in? So was it verified how he got in, or because I think the main concern that people were talking about is how did he get in? At what time did he arrive in? So has someone confirmed when he got into Cabo or landed in Cabo, like on the phone call? Right, I work for United Airlines ticket or agent. They have to know in place in case the plane goes down. Yeah. It's even more strict using companion passes. Yeah. But set him up for what? When they called medical help and he supposedly was not there, that doesn't make sense. Well, they already knew that he was coming already. They already knew why they knew he was on his way. And what I mean by set him up is this, listen closely, is that when he got there, if he was told that Shanquella was in the game room, was he the only one in the game room? Well, we don't know. I don't know. Was he the only one in the game room with her when he said he was rubbing her forehead, trying to make her comfortable or whatever, playing music and everything else? Was he the only one in the game room? Because when he's telling his story, he makes it seem like it's just him and Shanquella by him in the game room. He makes it seem like that, right? If that is the case, that's what I mean by set him up, because now if they all were in the game room with Shanquella, then that's not really setting him up. But if they left him alone in the game room because they knew the doctor was on the way and they left him alone in the game room, then that is a setup, because now when the doctor gets there, he's with Shanquella. Like, why is he the one helping the doctor with CPR? What about the other ones? Where are they at? Why is he the one? Because last time I checked, Elise is a CNA. She's a certified nursing assistant. Winter has taken classes for her, like from working with her mother. She has taken medical classes. So why weren't they doing the CPR? Why was Nazir helping? So to me, it was trying to make Nazir as the one. He's just getting there late, but then now he's the one responsible for Shanquella when he's not responsible for her injury. Interesting. He can get a copy of his flight manifesto from the employee he flew in on. Also, if he actually has the ticket number, you can actually look up online through American Airlines, even though it was passed. But I don't know if he actually would give the ticket number or not. Finding that right now, to be honest, I don't even think he's in the point of proving anything to anybody, because no matter what he proves or what he says or what he does, and that goes for creators too, people will still not believe him. So what's the point? And to be honest, I would have stopped talking a long time ago, because no matter what you post or what you say, there's still gonna people believe that you were in the room by the pool, everything. So I would not even answer anybody's questions, to be honest. I wouldn't say I would go into hiding, but I wouldn't answer anybody's questions on YouTube or on any social media or any news, because no matter what you post or share or prove, nobody's gonna really believe you. I mean, some people are gonna believe you, but not a lot of people are still not gonna believe you. Find envy, haters, setup gone wrong. Funny thing that he's the only one who stepped up and spoke out, only guilty hides. Yeah, that's interesting. Now, sometimes, to be honest, there are times where someone will actually even someone will go missing and they will actually speak out and say, oh, this person is missing. They will actually even go through the woods and walk through the woods and search. They will actually be really helpful. But then sometimes the police will look out for that person, because they'll be like, this is someone that's trying to actually stay close in investigation to get insider information to see how much the police know, right? And what's going on, instead of someone actually truly concerned. But like a lot of times people get caught up because they use past tense when they're talking, or they use certain words that indicate that they know more than they are saying. I believe they were planning to rob her. There are a lot, and trust me, it's very eerie. It's very eerie when you actually listening to some people that they expose, but they use past tense when they found out later that they were responsible for their child missing and being unalive. I believe they were planning to rob her. Yeah, people believe different things. I just think that I think that it was like Desjanae wanted to fight her, and then Shanquella didn't want to fight, and then she was really rageful, and she went like full on rage and attack. All right, yeah, everybody, thank you for coming. Make sure you hit the like button on your way out. I don't know if y'all actually like open chat or not, or open panel. If y'all do, then I'll do it again. Yeah, I'm sure that they were already planning on trying to get a way to get out of there as soon as possible. And that's actually a question I asked about, like, about how long would they actually 100% like confirmation on how long the trip was supposed to last, and everything else. And did they actually keep their same flight, or did they actually change flight information? I have to listen again, because to me, I heard two male voices. I have to listen again. I thought I heard two males, and he never said their names. I always said they told him. Who is they? When somebody says they, it's usually more than one person. They're not. If it's 5 other people on a trip, I'm not going to say Winter, Khalil, and name everybody. I'll just say they. I'm not going to sit there and say everybody's name individually. All right, y'all have a great day. Hit the like button on your way out. I'll see y'all in the next live. I'll listen to the video again, but I thought I heard two males speaking and not that. But I don't think Khalil. I mean, not Khalil, but was in the. I don't think Elise was in the room. Should I say? But I do believe that she's a part of the cover up, and I also believe that if CPR was done mouth to mouth, that they should have had like Elise, who's a CNA, and or even Winter. Why have Nazir do it? Where's everybody else? No, Nazir was not with them. All right, thank you, Kendall R. So yeah, I will add that to my list. I have other things I need to do for my other channel first, and then I will add that to my list. But that doesn't mean I'll be able to get any information. I will see who LA from NC called. Most likely he probably called DFW and not American Airlines. I can see that DFW or some kind of other airline would, like, the actual airport itself will get the information instead of the actual like flight, like American Airline, right? So I mean, the actual airport would get the information instead of the airline. Yeah. So I will try and see, but overall, ultimately, I believe that even if I did, like, a lot of times, this is my whole thing. Me trying to do something or research something on something I already believe my way, is that even once I spend time on something and I post it, people still will have doubt. So then, like, what's the point? But yeah, I have added it to my list. Yeah, hit the like button on your way out, and I will see y'all next live. And also make sure that if you want to attend the event, where is it? Because ultimately there's other things I need to call and I need to spend time on as well. That are more like what I should say more important to getting putting pressure on people, like with the emailing and calling people that can affect change instead of that something like whether Nazir was there or not. But yeah, here's the new event information. I will send out an email, and also I need everybody contacting Leah, and I also need to call Leah again as like a follow-up phone call. She's at the Department of Justice, and I need to contact her as well. Yeah, so if I'm not live, that doesn't mean I'm not working on anything. That means that I'm now working behind the scenes, trying to look up information or to email people about the case. All right, bye. You're welcome. You are doing a great job. All right, thank y'all. Justice is coming. Yes, justice is coming. Like I said, it's been months, I know, but if something had changed and they no longer believe that it was femicide, they would no longer be seeking extradition. The simple fact that people are still seeking extradition and still screaming that it's femicide, even after looking at all the evidence, that means that they still believe it's femicide and that justice will soon be served. We just have to hang in there. Bye.